Okay, welcome back to the Rilton Cup. It's the fourth round, and we are going to get into the games. But before that, I would like to ask you, Jesper, co-host here. What was your take of yesterday's round?
Just like the first two rounds, I think it was great fighting chess on all boards. No quick draws or something like that what we saw. And I think also the lower rated players, again, they really challenged the stronger ones,
right,
and really helped them to fight hard to get the points. So in that sense, it's been a pleasure to be commentating because we have such an exciting and inspiring games to comment on.
The thing that struck me was that the Swedish players were not so successful yesterday.
No. As you can see now, we have in this round we have only 4 players that has 3 points out of 3, and none is a Swede. And actually, there is only one Swede, Tigge Hillard Persson, that is on top 20.
Yeah, he's born 19. Yeah.
So far we haven't had any success as a country, you could say. Mm-hmm. Even though we know that this is a long tournament and a lot can happen, and you can come from beyond and come up a bit, but so far it doesn't look so good.
Yeah, we had this game with Edwin Trost, who was playing black, and it was a very good game, I think, in general, but unfortunately it was lost in the end by a big mistake.
A big mistake, that's right.
Okay, but let's jump into the round, and we go to board number 1. And we have a young guy from the Czech Republic. His name is...
Now I cannot see his second name right now, but his name is Barjakan, and with 2376.
And he plays against one of these Chinese grandmasters.
The highest rated, I think, Chinese player.
And we
Chanju.
We checked the ages and of these Chinese grandmasters, and they are, like 5, 6, 7 years older than sort of the average top here.
Yes.
They are over 25 and are more veterans in the game, you could say.
Yeah, this is actually something that Tom and I was speaking about just before we started this commentating, was that if you look at the top of Rilton Cup so far, we have rather young players, about 20 or something like that,
and many teens,
and many teens also. And in one way, this is exactly what we want when it comes to Rilton Cup, because the idea is to have a tournament that can actually help talents to grow and to take the next step in their career, even though we want the Swedish teams, of course, to be the ones to do this, but we are happy for everyone to come. Of course, no doubt.
Everyone who comes will get a shot at making a GM norm, because I know that's very important for these young guys.
Yes.
So,
And even on the first board now, he's just an FM. So he's even fighting for an IM norm, and he must have a good chances for that, I guess.
But there are many rounds to go. So let's start the game.
Yes.
So we have Shu with white against this Bayar clan. Is maybe his first name?
Yes, I think so. Yes.
From Kazakhstan. Okay, so let's go.
No, from Slovakia.
Sorry, no, Czech Republic.
Czech Republic.
Yeah. All these
everything
places.
Is wrong.
Yeah.
Okay,
d4, d5.
Yes.
The Queen's Gambit.
Could be.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Not quite yet.
No, not yet.
And here goes this,
And of course, if you play like this, you simply say to your opponent, if you play g3, we should not have this type of dialogue in the opening, but I simply play simple, good, developing moves, and then we will reach some kind of Catalan structure or something like that. But, I will play solid, slow, and let's see who is the best chess player. That's what you tell your opponent.
Your initial reaction was a boring game.
No, a long strategic game. That is the feeling, that he's looking for that.
Yeah.
And, if you're much higher rated than your opponent, there are, of course, different strategies to use. One is just to get out of theory and let's start play chess, because normally you will be the better player the longer the game goes into middle games and end games, because your understanding will be shown, you know. So in that sense, it's logical.
I think one of the things I find a little bit annoying with the Catalan is that it's quite a lot of theory.
In every opening there's theory these days, but at least normally you go out of a preparation, because when you prepare for a game, you are normally going into critical lines,
right,
and try to check them, while this type of slow play, strategic play, you do not invest much time into. So okay, let's see what happened.
Yeah, let's go for some more moves. So
Yes.
g6.
Yeah, solid move.
Of course, black could have played g6 and just copied.
Of course.
And then it would be some sort of Grünfeld or something like that.
Yes, but one also is that normally when you have this kind of fianchetto of the white bishop, black wants to play with c6 and e6 or something like that, so that the bishop on g2 will be like, you know, hitting against a stone in the center or something like that.
Yeah.
And then you can also ask yourself, do I want to have my bishop on c8 coming out first? Okay, that's a cool move. So
if black had played, let's say, a sort of standard move in this position, would be maybe
bishop e7.
just to play the bishop to e7.
Yeah,
This is normal. White can always play at some point c4.
that's right.
But of course he doesn't have to. He could. There are alternatives. He takes the chance here, because white always have c4.
Yeah.
But black plays a little bit surprising, maybe b5.
Yeah, but in a way I like it, because the normal move is c4 to put pressure with the bishop on g2 and put pressure on d5. But with this move you simply stop that plan.
Yeah.
And well, it's it's not so clear how white should try to do anything against this pawn move.
What I think when I see these b5 moves, there is always this a4 move.
Yes.
That could be,
Yeah.
a way to try to provoke black a little bit, because black usually then has to move forward.
Yeah, b4.
Yeah.
Or c6 is possible, but
I don't know any theory here, but
no.
But I would be tempted to play this at some point, because of course black would like to do this, but then unfortunately we have a pin here. Get this.
Yeah. No,
pin.
it's c6 in that case instead. You have to play.
Yeah.
But then you can always take, and you have only one pawn island.
But then, if you play c6, then you could take, and then maybe the a pawn is a little bit weak. So
b4 is the normal move in this position.
I would think that this is the normal move. Saying that, okay, you played a4, but it didn't hurt me much. And then I don't know exactly what would happen here, but now of course again c4 could come. And
what is the drawback is that the knight on b1, normally you want to have it on c3.
Yeah.
So it cannot reach that square. So that's the advantage of having played like this with black. But of course, like always with this type of pawn moves, there are pros and cons. And well, it will be actually quite interesting to see how he will react in this situation. So he did play something, huh?
No, I
Played
don't
a4?
think, no, I don't.
No?
I'm
Because it's black's.
yeah, because I made that move. I think I played this. No, I never showed c4. So this must be the position now. Yeah.
Yep.
They have taken. So it went exactly like we thought. And now we get some sort of London type of position.
Well,
a little bit.
But I guess that what black wants to play is c5, because otherwise it can be a great disadvantage with a pawn on c7, and rook c1, knight, and so on. So it can be quite a weakness on c7. So I think that c5 for me is like a normal move, but of course that is dangerous to do, if you have no pieces out and so on.
It's not so dangerous, because it's usually dangerous when this bishop over here, when it's on f1, it can maybe go to b5 or something.
No, I meant instead of bishop e7, I thought c5 was like the logical move to me.
Yeah.
But
then knight b5 maybe.
No, the bishop was not on f4.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But
well, of course. Now if you play it
then you can maybe you I don't know.
I don't know. You could at least think about playing this knight
Yes,
here.
because now you have to play knight a6.
Yeah, you probably have to go here.
Then it's a little bit offside in this
Yeah.
position. So
And
maybe
now-
just castle or
Now,
something like that.
suddenly this knight is very strong on e5.
Yeah. And bishop b7.
Yeah.
And yeah.
But this is the type of position White can say, well, my pieces are a little bit better than yours.
For sure. And also it's a little bit dangerous because maybe rook to c1 or something like that can come and you're very quick in your development. And the knight on a6 a little bit strangely placed. So, okay, so what happened was after bishop... Okay.
Knight h5.
It's really, black is really playing like provocative moves, in a way. Because this is something you have learned since childhood, that you should not put your knights on the rhymes. But on the other hand, of course, you want to get rid of this dangerous bishop against c7. So
let's say we make some
bishop d2 or
because if you let's say you would do something like this, then I guess f6 could come.
Absolutely.
Or maybe even knight d7 or something, and suddenly this, but probably just f6. So this is a bit awkward. You cannot really maintain the bishop here. So then you have to make a choice. Where do we go? Well, you could maybe go one step.
Maybe
or
bishop
two
b3.
Step, or c1 looks a little bit
strange.
Unnecessary. You could go here if you want to, because the knight is not good on h5.
I agree.
It's only good when it attacks the bishop. So I don't know.
So for sure, bishop e3 could be possible,
So
or bishop d2 maybe.
Did he play bishop e5?
No, it can't be.
No, this must be me having done those moves, right?
Exactly. So it's white. It is white. You can see that it's white to play. So.
Well, there is g4 here. The game, it could be like this.
Okay, you take on e5.
Yes.
You take on.
You take the knight.
And now.
e4 maybe.
Yes, or take on d4.
Yeah, this is.
Because
this looks like it should be perfectly fine for black.
I think you take on d4 actually.
Yeah. Well, if the game goes like this, it will be a very interesting game.
Yes.
But I just doubt that this will happen.
Me too.
So should we go to the next game? Okay.
Okay, you can.
We are right now looking at chess.com. We're going to change back to lead chess, which we usually use for this cast. Okay. So here we have the position that we were looking at.
And you will arrange, I guess. Okay.
And
so
it wasn't bishop e5.
No.
So let's go to the next game, and then we'll come back to this later on. Okay, so here's some things have happened. Let's start off by checking the guys. We have Kai-Fan Chi. That's a young Chinese player.
He was the one that was winning against Vidar Seiger yesterday. I think.
Yeah. This was a fantastic game in many ways. But
in the end,
Vidar had some good move at some point. He had an attack, right?
Yes.
But it was one of those cases where both are attacking on the same side. That's very interesting, very challenging.
Yeah.
And we thought it would be a draw, but he was a
he misplayed, but he misplayed it very badly after we have stopped commentating, I think.
So the black player here is Salmakhanov. Ramzan. He comes from Kazakhstan.
Yes.
So you know something about that?
Yeah, it's quite interesting today because for me there is no doubt that India is the leading country when it comes to chess these days. They have like 15. We made like a survey in ECU Education that I'm the chairman of for school chess. And there we could see that they had this was in 2021, they had like 15 million children in chess in schools. But and we believe that today it's up to 25 because chess is growing so fast now in India, and there are great academies that are taking care of talents and so on. That's why we can see so many coming in right now, and the chess trainers are making really good money as well,
Maybe
from
we
what
should
I've
move
heard.
to India.
Maybe. But beside India, we can see that Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan are two countries that really are trying to go in for chess. And Kazakhstan, they have this oligarch, Turlov, who has invested a lot of money into both school chess, but also into other tournaments and talent trainings and so on. So it's not a surprise to see that there are young talents coming up and challenging in Rilton Cup as well, just like this guy. So it probably has had the chance to be part of the federation's talent programs that are arranged. So that will be interesting to see.
You told me a story about this famous Indian trainer Pranesh. He was in
Ramesh. Yeah.
Ramesh. He came to Norway and he saw the group of juniors and said, "Is this all you have here?" How did that story go?
Yeah, the story was like this: that because during the last 2 years, me and Ramesh has been in charge of a talent program in Norway. It was actually a European program in a way, the idea was that Magnus hired us to get new talents in Norway. That was the main purpose. But we had foreign talents as well taking part. And Ramesh and I arranged talent camps in Norway, in Oslo, many times with Ramesh. And when he came the first time, he said he was a little bit worried because he couldn't see so many talents, and he said, and then some question he had was, but how many people do you have in Norway? And then I said 5 million, and he said, but that is as many as in my neighborhood, because he's from Chennai, that I think has about 11 million people, and he suddenly realized that, okay, they have 1.3 billion people,
or maybe more.
So of course there are a lot more talents in India than we have in Norway with only 5 million. So then suddenly he realized that maybe it's not so bad, with these talents that Norway had, and so on. Okay, so let's take a look at the game.
Let's go for this. So it started off with a d4 again.
Yes.
Knight f6. c4, e6, knight f3, d5. Let's see. Now we have the queen's gambit.
Yes.
And he went for the Ragozin line.
Yes.
With bishop to b4, which makes it a hybrid with the Nimzo Indian. Isn't that true?
Something in between.
Yeah, something in between.
And quite often they are, transposing into other openings.
Yeah, it's very difficult to say how it started after some moves. And he went for the sharp.
Yes, exactly.
Sharp line here, bishop g5, h6. There was an exchange here. e3, c5. Take. Bishop e2, castles, bishop e6.
And here it's a bit interesting because black has already got the pair of bishops.
Yes.
But on the other hand, if white, for example, takes on c5, white will have most likely, well, I don't know if you take immediately or if you play rook c1 or something like that. But the point is that you have an Isolani pawn on d5. So
IQP.
Yes.
Isolated queen pawn.
Okay, and that means that the pawn structure is a little bit in white's favor. So we will have the pair of bishops against a better structure. And normally that means that the games becomes interesting because we have two different types of play for each player, and it will be interesting to see. Yeah, black has played very actively in the opening, I would say. But there is a risk that his pawn formation in the center might be the weaker one, so to speak. White has a more solid, because if let's say black played something like this, move the pawn forward one step, then suddenly white can start with doing this and maybe even playing f4 and so on, maybe. Yes.
And suddenly black's bishops are not as effective. So
or even e4 can also come.
e4 at some point could definitely come. There are many ideas for white if black chooses to sort of close the position with c4. So I don't think we will see that.
No, because also when you have the pair of bishops, you normally want to open up the center so that they can come to life. So okay.
Well, it's white's move here. I don't know what would you play if you take on c5. I guess black could take on c3.
Yeah, that could be a possibility.
And take with the queen or something like that. And white is probably slightly better here, I would say.
Yes.
But black has a very active position. Active queen. He only needs to put the knight on c6 and some rook behind the d pawn, and he's perfectly fine.
Yes.
So if white wants to do something, I think he has to do it now. But
rook c1, I think,
rook c1
is a normal move.
Looks very normal, yeah.
Because then you threaten maybe to take on c5.
Maybe then you could do something like, I don't know, rook d8 or something, perhaps. I don't know the exact. I haven't analyzed this position.
But then maybe you take on c5, bishop take, knight b5.
Yep.
And then you have this classical setup,
Yeah. So it might in the end be a strategic fight.
Yep.
Where black has an isolated queen pawn, and black has to basically fight for a draw. Could happen.
Let's see. Okay. Next game.
Okay, let's go.
And these were the four top players with 3 points out of 3.
He took on c5.
Okay.
So then it gets. Now it's lots of tactics you have to calculate, of course. I don't know if you take on c5, then maybe you can take on d5. Yeah. Oh, he took back.
And now maybe knight to d7 or something like. But then queen d4, rook c8. Well. Okay. No. Yeah. Looks like theory. White is out of theory. You can see. But queen d4 now, isn't that a normal move?
Maybe queen.
Rook c8 maybe.
Or even queen e7 is a possibility to take on c5. So black is going to get his pawn back for sure. And then the question is still a little bit of a problem with this pawn here, because the bishop it's not the most active position of it, but on the other hand it's a good protection of this pawn. Okay, we will get back to this. So let's go. So here we have one of the a little bit older players, Demchenko, playing against a young guy, Yain Kashish Manoy. It's one of
the Indian.
Yeah, Ramesh's.
Maybe we don't know. There are many academies. This I don't know. But let's take a look at this, because that's quite an interesting position. We can see that you're into this type of style.
Okay, so here we have the Italian game, and suddenly it has become very popular to play d6 here. It's the latest twist.
Okay.
For black.
And why is that? Do you know?
Well, of course, it's as always. It's or they play bishop c5 and d6, but playing d6 early has become, for some reason, it's not a big difference, because usually you get into the same line. But here, if you play d6, then you cannot play this move anymore.
No, that's
so you have decided either to go here or maybe even to go here. But I think that's very unlikely. But that's also possible. You could play h6, g6, and put the bishop. So
d4 is very normal here, huh?
Yeah, d4 is the normal move. Take, and knight f6.
Knight c3.
No, he played castles.
Okay.
Bishop e7, rook e1, castles, knight c3. Yeah, this is. I think now we have entered into some Philidor.
Exactly,
territory.
that's what I thought as well.
Yeah.
Here normally white should be slightly better.
Yeah, it's slightly better,
but on the other hand, black is solid. So many times I play this type of position without getting. You have a feeling that you have a better position due to the better space for white and so on. But black is so solid and is just waiting to get the chance to make like a counter attack somewhere, you know. And
When I was a junior way back in time, there was the Swedish Chess Federation had these summer camps, and I remember that we had lessons where we were learning strategy.
Yes.
And one of the things we learned was that when white has a pawn like this and black has this type, when you had this type of center, white is slightly better. That's the only thing I remember from these
from these camps.
These camps, yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. But there is some truth to it.
Yes, of course. No. It is truth.
Yeah.
It is a truth, you know.
So okay, rook e8.
Yes.
Rook e8, h3. I think h3 is a good move because when you play that, you can also at some point you can play maybe f4.
Yeah, that's the idea of this move. So you take away the square g4,
and you also, if you want to put the bishop on e3 at some point, you're not harassed by this knight or bishop to g4. So bishop f8 and now f4, knight g6, and now a little bit surprising f5.
Yes.
So what do you have to say about this?
The thing is that what you do is that you get even more space with this move, but on the other hand you give black a perfect square on e5. The problem for black is a little bit the bishop on c8 that has got problems to come to life, because if you play like b6 there are some weaknesses, you know, on the white squares. So it's not so easy to see how the bishop can come out. But still, you know, black will have a clear, good defending piece on e5. So it's not easy for white to really challenge black. I think like black will most likely play with c6. Bishop d7, queen c7, bishop d7, rook d8, and so on. Play slowly.
But when I see this f5, it's sort of. I think I haven't really seen this strategy, so I'm thinking what could be played instead in this position.
Of course.
So I'm thinking. I mean, there are other moves, right? You don't have to play it. I was thinking maybe g3, bishop g2.
I think I played this position before with white, and then I played g3.
This move,
and then bishop g2.
This and just slowly building a strong center, bringing out the bishop, maybe move the queen up and the other rook, and f5 is sort of a little bit of a could be a premature.
Maybe. We'll see if it's, know.
We can note one thing here, and that is that white has actually used quite a lot of time. So this is perhaps not preparation. And then it's a very daring move to just go f5.
Yes, I agree. I agree.
So, interesting. Maybe it says something about the white player here.
Maybe.
Okay, so knight e5, bishop g5, c6, and now king h1.
Okay.
I guess he wants to go out of this.
Yes, of course.
This diagonal here. So that's quite logical. It's difficult to say anything about this. It looks, it's interesting. But white has given away some of the dynamics by playing f5.
That's right.
It's a rigid pawn formation. I don't know. D5 doesn't look like it's something right now, but that maybe at some point you could break the position.
Of course, there is one idea that comes to mind that it's like also if white really should go for g4 and this really aggressive
he could do
things,
that.
you know. It could be that, because when you play h3 and f5 like this can be possible sometimes, you know, but that is even more dangerous, of course, because then you really are opening up for your king. But king h1, also prepare for this a little bit, because the king's better on h1 if you start with this kind of pawn race on the king side.
Very interesting. If white managed to win this game, I have to study this f5 idea a little bit more. But if he loses horribly, then I will not look at it so much.
Okay, I see. That's good.
Okay, so let's go to the next game.
This is the position.
This is in this game, yes. So we go here and here we have a player, Nikita Meshkovs from Riga. in Latvia, and he plays for my club. Very nice guy, and he's also working with training, junior training.
Yes.
He has training groups, but he also works with his own play, and he's playing a lot and so on. So here he plays against one of these young Indian guys. It's Mohapatra Siddhant. Talented guy, of course, and this game started with a c4.
Yep.
So we have all the major moves here: c4,
Yes.
d4, e4.
That's good.
So we get a little bit of everything.
We just need a knight f3 in the next one.
Yeah,
and
probably we will find one.
Yes.
I think it's quite popular still.
Mhm.
Okay, knight f3. And here we also have one of these openings where after like 6 or 7 moves you cannot say how it started, because you could make
Transpose.
you could
Yep.
transpose in many
Mhm.
ways.
Mhm.
So this could probably have started with
Yes.
knight f3 instead, and so on. d5 and e3.
Because now black has chosen to go for this kind of Slavic structure in the
Yeah.
center that is very solid, and it's a little bit the question up to white: what kind of setup do you want for your pieces?
Yeah.
And we saw this in the earlier round as well, because the normal move is like to play like d4 and
Yeah,
transpose
then
into
you
that.
go into the normal stuff.
Exactly, but now white can also play only with b3 and bishop
Yeah.
b2 and knight c3, and it's not clear that you will actually play a d4. So let's see what happens here.
Yeah, knight f6, knight c3, keeping it flexible.
Yes, of course.
And the flexibility lies in, should this pawn stay here? Maybe at one point, who knows, go only one step, or maybe go 2 step at some point. So white is keeping this as a sort of secret.
Of course.
Yeah, it depends on what black does. So e6,
Yes.
and now we see that yes, he's playing this waiting game or whatever you might call it.
Yes.
I think this is the type of setup you see Nakamura plays about.
Yes.
I think it's called like the Retty Larsen or something like that.
Mhm.
Larsen opening is of course 1b3.
Because sometimes you have this little bit provoking setup with a bishop on b2, queen on c2, and then you play bishop d3.
Yeah, also.
And go for like g4 and castle alongside. There are these type of crazy ideas that you see sometimes that can be strong depending on a little bit what white is doing with his pieces.
This is the type of thing you see Magnus play in Blitz.
Yes.
Maybe not in a long game though.
Maybe not in a long game.
No, it has some weaknesses or risks. I
Okay,
should say.
so what
bishop
happens?
d6.
Okay.
You can always, if you feel that I don't want to see e5, you can always do d4 at some point. Of course, this is perfectly fine, but he stays with his idea.
Yeah, because there was of course the possibility to put the bishop on e7 as well.
Yeah.
But bishop d6 opens up for a little bit more possibilities.
Yeah.
That's for sure. So okay.
Again, you can play d4, but no, he plays this, and he allows this move.
Okay. The point is now also that black has spent 2 moves in moving the pawn to e5, so he's even more behind when it comes to development, and I guess that's what he wants to.
Yeah.
To.
And now I think Nikita plays what is considered to be the main idea here, which is to take. And when black plays, you have this knight b5.
Yes.
So this is the main plan.
Because the point is now that you rarely you want to exchange a bishop for a knight in this type of positions. But now you cannot move away the bishop because it's hanging on e5. Huh?
Right.
So that means that actually
the
white
e5 is threatened actually.
Yes. So white, white will get the possibility to exchange a knight for a bishop that it's normally a little bit favorable. But black will have a good center. So that is his idea of finding a balance in the position that, okay, you will get a pair of bishops, but I got a strong center, and then you see who is gaining from that. So let's see what happened.
I don't know, could you play maybe e4 in this position? Because if you take on d6, you take on f3 and win a piece. So now white probably has to move the knight somewhere.
Yes. Should it be? The question is where to put it actually, Because if you put it on d4, maybe black will play bishop e5, then knight to e6 maybe. Okay. So maybe...
But maybe after knight d4 you could go even bishop e7, just keep the
Bishop e7, yes.
and then knight c6 and just...
And then d3.
But I mean, white has a nice position with the diagonal and a knight on d4, so... But this is just possible, probably...
It is a possibility, but...
wait, this is obviously preparation, because Nikita is... has more time than he had when he started. But the opponent has used some time, so...
but this didn't come, so
no,
knight c6.
this did not have a knight c6, and he took. And now he went d4. E4 and knight.
And e4 is, of course, an obvious move, because you want to keep the positions closed, and this bishop on b2 could otherwise have a fantastic diagonal, and so on.
Let's say you play this move.
Yeah, that's not a...
And then you get, and now you might get, let's say you naively just exchange things.
Queen takes.
Queen takes. Suddenly white has a perfect position.
Yep.
Bishop pair. Also this isolated queen pawn.
And the long diagonal for
the
the
long
bishop
diagonal.
on b2.
Lots of attacking chances. Everything. It's just a complete...
So with the
failure.
knight, pair of knights, you want to keep the center closed. The drawback is, of course, that the pawn on e4 now is on the same square as the bishop on c8. But now comes an interesting move, I think.
Yeah.
And the idea from my point of view is that the knight on e5 is a little bit stuck. So black can actually have a threat in knight to e8 with idea of f6. And the knight on e5 has got problems. So I think that is the idea of knight b4, because you actually you don't really threaten anything with knight b4, you know.
No. It's you just avoid
the exchanging. Yes, and instead you want to take back the knight on e5 with moving this knight and play f6. So
in the game we saw a3.
Knight a6.
Knight a6. Yeah, now white has to
think.
Well, it's not easy to actually win the knight on e5, because white can always play h3 here at some point, and then then the knight can go back.
But it is not very good placed on h2 maybe.
No.
So at least that is the idea with this move, to go to b4.
But
with
it's
the
a
knight.
very close. In close positions, you have more options like that. So.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be bad. It depends on all the pieces, not only the knight. So maybe if black invests all this time to drive the knight back, it's not the end if it goes there. Because even if it gets to h2, it could
It's also that f6 and h5 are weaknesses.
Yeah. So there are problems also in the black camp. But very interesting position, I think.
So now it's actually turned out to be an interesting game, because white and black has got so different ideas in the position. So
and white has a slight problem here also. This bishop is not so strong, but there are sometimes ideas like playing here and.
I was thinking about maybe sometimes you can even take on ace. Now you have queen take a6. That was a bad one. Okay.
Yeah, because then black has a better bishop. Okay, let's go to the next game. So we are moving to. We have a guy from India here, Nikhil Dixit.
Okay.
Playing white against. Shangren Dai, one of the Chinese grandmasters, and I think we checked before, he's like 26 years old or something like that. And I think Dixit is much younger, probably a teen or something like that. We haven't checked him actually that well, but we know that he's a young guy. And let's see here. So again, we have this best by test according to Bobby Fischer, e4, Sicilian.
Open Sicilian.
And we have the Khan variation.
And the idea is, of course, that you give white the chance to either play with c4 in this position or knight c3, and it gives a little bit different type of play if you do like that.
Yeah.
Personally, I play c4 here, but no, bishop d3 is absolutely okay.
You know, a funny thing is if you read the list of participants in the Soviet championships in the 1950s, then when you read the names, you read off all the lines in the Sicilian. You know, the Khan, he played in the Soviet championships, and this was his line. And then you have the other
Taimanov, of course.
You have Boleslavsky, you have Bondarev, you have all of these guys, and they all have a Sicilian line.
Their own favorite.
Yeah, their own favorite. It's quite
so
funny.
okay, let's say bishop d3 is normal. Yes.
Bishop c5.
And of course,
b3.
this is bishop c5 is typical this type of move that is like a little bit of a disturbing move. Could be it's because maybe black will go back with the bishop to e7. That is one possibility. Or you put it on a7. That's the other possibility. It gives very different play, I would say.
Yeah, he played bishop. This is the old move.
Okay, that's the old move. Yeah.
But I know that the Swedish player Yevgeny Agrest.
Yes.
He used to play the bishop back here.
Yeah, I think that Johan Hellsten has played this as well.
Yeah.
This
It's a different. The idea is that the knight is
worse on
a little bit worse on b3. So the tempo loss is not so important. But I think there is some queen g4 move here that can be a little bit annoying for black.
Yes.
But that's another game. So bishop a7 was played. Castles, knight e7.
Okay.
Queen 2, knight b6, c6, bishop e3. Yeah, I think this is one of the main ideas, just to exchange this, and then try to prove that all these
black
squares are a weakness.
Yes, and this was also the idea that you showed with bishop queen to g4, is that if black plays g6, you have another weakness on the black squares. So that's again, it's connected to the question: what pieces do you want to keep and which pieces do you want to swap off? And in this case, there is no doubt that the bishop on c8 is the bad one for black, at least in the moment. Even though b5 and bishop b7 might come out, but there are these weaknesses on the black squares that you have to deal with. So it's a little bit stuck behind the pawns. So castle came. Okay.
There was a little bit faster.
Yep.
Knight d2.
Yep. That's okay.
Yeah, because we are targeting the black squares. So
yes,
we have these.
Yeah, and also you are still open for c4. That might come sometimes for white.
So d5 was played.
Okay, so
take
on it's a7. Yes.
Rook takes.
Rook takes. Yes.
And now c3.
c3 seems to be a logical move as well, I think.
Yeah, black has some problems with the black squares, but since white does not have a black squared bishop, it's not really that much.
I was thinking about, can you play e5 here?
Yeah, maybe. It's possible. Then you get into the French defense more or less. Yeah. So definitely you could.
I mean that black is playing e5.
Yeah, black, but it's white's move. But
yeah, instead of knight g6, I thought about e5.
Okay,
but I don't know.
Yeah, it's possible.
Just to bring out the knight, bishop to e6 or something.
But maybe it's a little premature because you have this rook on a7.
Yes.
Maybe white can, take and bring the rooks into the center quickly. Here and here, and suddenly black is undeveloped.
Could be. So instead he's waiting a bit.
He played knight
g6, threatening knight to f4, I guess.
Yeah. Well, it looks. We can see that the black player has used up a lot of time, so this is not preparation.
What about f4 in this position?
Yeah, that was my thought. With the idea of going into some sort of French.
But you're threatening actually a little bit to play f5, aren't you? And then f4, f5, f6. Could be.
Definitely something you have on the radar. So here, of course, you could take.
And then knight take.
Yeah.
It feels like white is a little bit better in this position.
Yeah, I agree.
No, because there are those holes. So I don't. There must be something else, I think, for after f4.
Yeah, and also there are ideas playing knight here, and maybe even going for something.
Yeah,
like
rook
this,
ad1, and
it could be dangerous at some point. as an idea.
Of course.
So knight g6. Yeah.
But what about f4? What will be the black move then?
Yeah. Well, I prefer to play one.
Can you play e5 now?
Yeah, maybe. I was thinking about that, but what
Maybe you
happens?
can you take on d5?
Maybe take here.
Yes. Queen takes. So you have to take. The idea was f5, knight f4, of course.
Mm-hmm.
It is again this rook on a7 that is a little bit strangely placed, but but on the other hand, the knight on b3 is not doing so much. So
No.
and you need to do something because you are threatening to take on
Maybe
f4.
put the bishop here.
Yes. Move the queen to d6. Okay.
Now we get one more time. I don't know if this is.
Okay, then move the queen to something else maybe. What square? To go to d8.
Queen d8 probably.
Yeah.
But you have this pressure on f4. This is good.
A little bit annoying at least.
Yeah. So
Okay.
It's not clear what happens here.
So that is a little bit a critical position after
Mhm.
knight to g6.
Yeah. He took on d5 here in this position. He didn't play f4.
Can you play knight f4 now? Okay, then you simply move your queen to f3 maybe,
Yeah.
and you can have a slight after queen f. Yeah, okay.
You could play queen e4 to force matters.
Exactly.
So you go here. I guess take. Take. And now we get another isolated queen pawn.
And here white is a bit better.
Yeah, he's better. And black still this rook here. I mean, it's not perfect. Okay. So
maybe white can have a little bit of a chance to get some kind of grip of the position after all.
So we will jump to the next game, I think.
The next Chinese.
Yes. And here we have Di Li or Li Di, I don't know which way to pronounce it, playing against one of your pupils.
Well, not today, it was a long time ago, but I've had him in different sessions because I've been a lot of trainer in Norway for the talent groups that they've had, and Mads has been one of those that has taken part in that one. So I know him since long time back.
So here we get the fourth main move for white, knight f3.
What was interesting was that he was close to winning yesterday, we believed.
Okay.
But wasn't it the game where he could run with the knight, the queen and the knight and checks and on h7 and so on, but he took a draw. He just made a draw instead of
this was
continue to
a
play.
very long game where nothing happened, and he had the knight on b1 for a long time.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, and then in the end,
He
I
got
think
an attack.
I think he was actually better. At least when I checked it with the computer afterwards, I saw that the computer thought that he had like +1 or +1.1, but it wasn't a mate, and probably he felt that he didn't see the mate and he didn't dare to continue.
Yeah.
It was very complex.
But still, that shows that he has got the potential to challenge better players. So
surely
this will be interesting to see how he is challenging Di Li.
And we checked Mats. He's 23 or 22, something like that.
Yes.
And I think Lidi is maybe a couple of years older.
Mm-hmm.
So more or less veterans in this field,
Yeah,
where everyone is like 15, 16 years old.
Yes.
Okay, so let's see what happened in this game. So the Chinese GM
plays solidly.
He played knight f3, the Reti opening, famous opening, and d5.
Okay, d4.
And now you have many choices: g3, d4, c4, and so on. But Lee played the most solid of them all, d4. Okay. And now we go into the Queen's Gambit, famous from Netflix.
Yes. And e6.
Yeah.
Knight c3, c6. Okay. Great slab structure. E3. Yes. Bishop E7. C2. Castles. A3.
And there are many lines
A3.
in the Queen's Gambit. I have not studied this exact position.
No, but one point with this is that if the bishop moves out, sometimes you take on c4, bishop takes c4, b5, bishop b7, a6, c5 with black.
So black has a
choice.
A choice. He can expand here on the queen side and get the bishop out, and finally c5 maybe, and everything is fine.
Yes.
Right.
But with a3, what you do is a little bit, now you don't want to take on c4, because then white has simply gained a tempo compared to the classical lines.
It's a little bit like a waiting game. This
Yes.
you don't want to make this move, because then black takes immediately.
Yeah, exactly.
So you wait and wait and wait, and in the end you don't have any waiting moves, and then you have to move the bishop anyway.
That's right.
Yeah.
And now
Okay.
black plays b6.
Yeah.
You know, that's a little bit of a concession to go into this.
Mhm.
Could be. But on the other hand, how good is this a3 in this type of position?
Yeah. So there was an exchange on d5,
Mm.
and then he played the bishop d3.
Yeah.
Bishop b7, castles.
Yeah.
Rook e8.
Yes.
Rook e1.
Mm-hmm.
a6. Rook ad1.
Mm.
c5.
Mm-hmm.
And we can note that the Chinese grandmaster is playing very quickly here. He has only used like 2 minutes,
Mm-hmm.
while your old pupil,
Mads, yeah.
Mads,
Westby Ellingsen. Mhm.
yeah, he has used 25 minutes.
Yeah, but so far I must say that you know, I think that this is very this is still theory, I'm sure. So I'm not surprised that white can play so fast in this opening. So,
But you get the feeling this should be theory, but then when you maybe look it up, it turns out there are not so many moves
Mhm.
with exactly this position.
Mhm.
We all know that the exact move order is very important, and the exact conditions in every position must be checked. So
Mhm.
I'm a little bit surprised he plays so fast.
mm-hmm.
But okay, let's see what happened here. So bishop f5 was
Yeah,
played.
in this type of position, of course, you know, because white at one point white wants to take on c5, open up and put pressure on black. I was even thinking about to play it in this move, to take d takes c5 and then play bishop f5.
Yeah,
But-
there is also the e4 option at some point.
yeah. So because
With black you have to check all these things.
because now it's really dangerous. D takes c5 is a big threat.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the problem is that black can play c4, and then you need to
Yeah, he played it.
play this. Okay.
c4, and now white went with knight e5.
Mm. And now you threaten to take on d7 with a knight, and then give a check on h7.
Yeah.
So black needs to do something about this, and one problem is you don't want really to play h6, because that could be a target, I guess. It's a little bit. Normally you prefer to play g6 in this type of positions, to take away.
Yeah.
But he
I
also
was going to suggest this.
that was
F8.
another possibility.
Yeah.
If you don't want to make any pawn move, this is the way to avoid any weakness.
Oh, but this looks logical.
Yes.
So, what would your plan with white be in this position?
Yeah. Now, one thing that there is one idea is, of course, you know, that you can play with f4, but then the rook on e1 is maybe strange, because then you wouldn't to play like rook f3 and rook h3 and so
Mhm.
on. But now, of course, there is this push e4. It can come sometimes. Now, because black is playing back his knight to f8, so the knight is not ready to go for the center. So e4, I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, e4 is the obvious.
Is that because the rooks on d1 and e1 makes this very
and also,
normal, you know.
also you could ask yourself, how much more preparation can I achieve with white here?
But
It's not so easy.
Okay, let's see. If e4, can you play g6 then?
You could, I mean, this could be an idea to play f3.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, for a preparation. That's the only preparation I can see in the position. But e4 immediately is very interesting. So let's see what happens here. E4.
And then I thought g6 for black.
Mm-hmm. So you're going to take a pawn here.
Yes, that's the idea.
It's very
Annoying.
yeah. That was not the plan.
Not the plan.
Yeah. Okay. So can we sacrifice something here?
Yeah. Because in this type of position, you have a feeling that, you know, black has started to, you know, go back with the pieces, not develop the rook on a8. The queen is a bit strange on d8, or not strange, but it is not developed. So then you start to look a little bit for sacrifices, if there is possibility to do that.
But it doesn't
But-
look like there is a sacrifice.
No.
Black with the knight on f8, it's an extremely solid position.
Yeah.
So let's say we go back. What's happening here if we go
h3,
here?
then you'd probably take on e4 with the knight.
Take with the knight.
Mm.
Yeah.
Then take on e7.
Take here.
Queen takes, and then take on e4. Or could you play? No, you cannot maybe. And now it's c4 is hanging. So
Queen takes maybe.
yeah. So
But
what about this?
This doesn't look too bad for black.
No, it's probably okay. Rook. Should you play like rook d8 and bishop d5? Okay.
Maybe then there is
Pawn
a
is
knight,
hanging on a6. Okay.
knight c6 maybe at some point. Rook c8 is a possibility.
Mm.
I think this is playable for both sides.
Playable for both sides.
So, but this did not happen in the game. He played f4.
He played f4.
Yeah.
Okay.
He played f4. Your suggestion.
Yeah, well, I was not sure, as my feeling is that the rook is a little bit strange on.
But
on
you
E1.
proposed it as a
Yes,
possibility.
as a possibility.
Yeah.
There are two ways: either e4 or you go for f4.
Yeah.
But-
Yeah. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
This is a famous setup. The problem with this setup is that if black plays it well, and he shouldn't take on e5 ever, but if he can get f6 in and move the knight back, then e3 could be a weakness later on. This is the.
But let's say that you play in this position like b5 with black, just to because then you outrule e4 in a way, because then the pawn is not weak on c4. How do white continue in this position? What is the plan? Because now it's not so attractive to play e3 to e4 because the pawn on c4 is guarded, and normally then you want to go for the king side to try to get an attack on the black king. But then again, should you play like rook f1, rook f3? Should you go for? How do you continue?
Yeah. So there is some idea like something like this.
Yes.
Always in a position like this.
Mm.
I don't really see it happening here because there's always g6.
Mm.
And once you get the rook to h3, the bishop is trapped on f5, a little bit uncomfortable position. So right now it doesn't look very promising, maybe. So, but b5 looks.
It looks, for me, it's a very normal move at
like a
least.
normal move.
Also because then there is clear that white cannot do anything on the queen side from.
Yeah, you want this pawn is a little bit weak here. So I agree with you. So b5 looks very normal. I mean, white has a fine position, but how do you get anywhere? Could you ever play like g4 and go all in?
Yeah, there is something like this, because there is also this rule that if you have like a good center, a stable center, then you can start to play on the sides, on the flanks.
But I guess here it's not so nice because after this, what do you do?
Yeah, but but to prepare for this one.
Yeah.
Could be a possibility.
It's more like an idea somehow. But the bishop on f5 is a bit clumsy here.
Yes, maybe you should move your queen so the bishop can go back.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe
queen e2 or something.
Queen e2, queen f2 maybe, and then bishop b1.
But okay, black. Then you also have to think about: can you play like knight e4 in this type of position?
Yeah, you can, but is it good?
I don't know. The idea is, of course, to challenge the knight on e5 with f6 at the moment.
Mm-hmm. You could take with the bishop even.
Mm.
Something like this. I don't know. Here.
Mm. Take on e7.
Maybe take here.
And queen takes. Of course, normally now you white should okay. Then rook d8.
Take on e4 at some point.
Yes.
Now it gets very tactical, and you really,
Exactly.
But strategically, I like black's position here. I this is I don't really see the big play for white. Black also always have this f6.
Yep.
It's irritating because suddenly the knight has to do this
Mm.
retreating that we talked about
Mm.
in another game.
Mm.
So
Okay.
okay, he played b5 in the game.
Mm.
So
Okay.
we have this on
No,
the board.
he's a strong player, you know.
Yeah,
He knows how to do it. stuff.
Yeah. You know him, so you know his.
I'm just joking.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Is he focusing on chess, or is he doing other things also? Do you know?
actually, right now I don't know.
Uh-huh.
There was some years ago that I spoke to him.
Yeah,
I-
okay.
His mother I have had contact with his mother because she was the president of the
Mhm.
Norwegian Chess Federation.
Okay.
So I've had a lot to do with her. She's very nice,
Mhm.
and but I don't know the status of him right now, if he's at university or what he's doing
okay.
and so on. So,
Yeah.
but obviously he's playing a lot of chess.
Yeah.
That I know. I've seen him in other tournaments as well. So,
Mhm. Okay. Interesting. Okay.
but as we know, it's not easy to live on chess in the Scandinavian countries. I mean, even Ariantari now, that was number 2 in Norway for many years, has stopped playing
Mhm.
simply because he couldn't make his living, you know, and he had like 2650 in ELO. So you have to be like in Magnus, you have to be like Magnus to be able
Yeah.
to survive on chess. So,
All the money goes to Magnus.
all the money goes to Magnus. I was working for the Norwegian Chess Federation for many years
Mm-hmm.
and supporting when trying to find sponsors and stuff like that. But all the sponsors that only want to work with Magnus.
Yeah, of course.
So
I understand
it's
that.
You understand that?
Yes, I
The
understand
federation is not so attractive. You mean?
Usually not.
Usually not. Okay. No, we don't
Okay.
get deeper into this. But let's go to. We have at least one Swedish player that I would like to take a look at, and that is Tiger Hilal Persson. He's over there. Up. I can see him. There he is.
There we have it.
That is now the best placed Swedish player. So I think we should follow him a bit, you know. And with Tiger, it's a nightmare to be the commentating because all his games are so strange. And there is no this easy logical stuff that Tom and I can, where we can show our strength when it comes to strategic play.
You mean when it's like mating one and things like that?
Yep, as soon as it's tactical like mate in one, we are making mistakes. But so again, I can see immediately that we have this type of interesting, strange position.
Mm-hmm.
So let's take it from the beginning,
Yeah.
because it's as when I say this, it's a bit of a joke, of course, because it's also fantastic to see Tiger playing.
It's also interesting that he's really a senior in this field.
Yes.
Because he was born in 1970.
Yes.
So he's 55 now,
Yes.
and there are no players over 30 almost
No, exactly.
above him.
Yeah, and he's still like a professional.
Yeah.
Even though these days he's playing a lot of Go. He's
Yeah,
one
he's-
of the best Go players in Sweden.
I think he plays in the national team.
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course. He's very devoted to that and started chess clubs or Go clubs. I mean, of
Mhm.
course,
Yeah.
in Malmö where he lives and so on. So he's still into this with games. That's great.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see. Knight
Mhm.
f3. We have Eretti
Mhm.
again.
Yes.
Very flexible move. As have we already seen? Knight f6, c4,
Yes.
c5.
Yes.
Knight c3, d5. Take.
Mhm.
e4.
Yeah.
Sharp play.
This has been This is the night before. Yes. Oh, this. Do you remember this line? It was very, very popular many years ago.
Yes, I know.
Bishop c4 and check, and king e2 and king f1. Yeah, this was. Yes. There were a huge debate, but this must be, like 20 years ago or something like that.
More.
Oh no.
25, 30 years.
Don't say
ago.
That.
Yeah.
But okay.
I remember analyzing this way back.
It was very popular, and because it's so strange in a way, because white has gained a lot of tempos in a way, but the king is badly placed, and black has got a good square on d4. And the question is now, how do you evaluate that? When these kind of pros and cons for white and for black. And I remember I always like this for white, but let's see what's happened here.
I think white played the best move here, b4.
Yes.
Because if you just develop and try, g3, king, g2 and so, then black plays g6, bishop g7,
exactly.
And he controls the d4 square, and suddenly and knight c6, and white is it's very uncomfortable to play. So you have to play b4.
I even believe that Tiger and I have analyzed this, because Tiger was one of my first training friends. We when I was 12 and he was 13, we met every weekend, training together. Playing ping pong, listening to classical music when we didn't go for chess and so on, and been to many tournaments together and so on. And then he became the professional chess player, and I became the trainer. So it's a little bit like that. We devoted.
You're a professional chess person.
Well, maybe you could say that. At least I've devoted my life for chess, but not playing mainly. It's like Tigid had done all the time. But okay, let's see what happens.
So, if black takes this pawn, I think you just jump in, right?
I think so, yes.
Knight here, and then the idea is just to put the bishop here, and black suddenly has big developmental problems on the king side. You cannot get your pieces out. So in this position, I think white is better, but he played g6 immediately. I think that is the move. And then there was taking on. He took on c5, bishop g7,
and now he's keeping an eye on d4. So he wants to play knight c6 and so on.
So here he took on e6.
Yeah, that's a tough. I don't remember these lines, but
no, I don't remember them either.
This is a really dangerous move in a way. I'm sure Tiger has looked at this, because you can also take on c3, but I'm not sure that is good. But
we should mention that the opponent is a young guy from India, Priyansh Das, FIDE master. So
that has used zero time.
That has used zero time, and I think this is typical for these Indian guys. They are very well trained and prepared, and they have looked at all these lines. And maybe for Tiger, this maybe was something he analyzed with you way back.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Now he has to
following the Jesper Hall lines, and that might not be the good case if
you had no computer in those days.
Exactly. So now facing the modern Indian way. Let's see what's happening.
So there was a check.
Okay, that was interesting.
Yeah, I don't know if you have to do that, but if you take with the bishop on e6, d4, that's the idea. So we can just have a quick check here. So I guess this is the idea.
And bishop c4 check.
Yeah, you can give a check.
And then knight c6. Okay, there is a check on. Okay, knight c6.
Well, bishop e3 is possible. And then you develop. Yeah. At some point you play h3 or g3. The king goes
it
up.
Looks good.
Maybe even h4.
But queen d3. Can you not just?
Yeah, we're going back to queen d3. Queen e2 was played.
Yeah, that was but also the move that I thought of. Isn't that okay?
Yeah, let's see. So queen e2. Take.
Yeah.
Take on e6,
and
d4. And now we take the check.
But here you're a pawn up, aren't you?
Yes. But we get this.
And now, now it's very important that the white king has moved. So you couldn't make like instead of, because what you wanted to play was maybe to make long castle.
Yeah.
Instead of
We can
that is very, very important, I think.
Yeah, in this position.
If white could play long castle, white would be.
If you try to move the king to c1, it doesn't work.
No, because no doubt that white would be better in that position. So this is very interesting because it's very, very sharp. And let's look at the time. Here you could see. Very interesting, because I think so far this has been a preparation for black, because there's only used like 4 minutes or something like that, and after here he made
here he thought for 5 minutes before castling,
because castling long side,
and then rook d1,
because it's no doubt that if black can take on d4, win back the pawn, black will be better in the game. So, and if white plays like e5 to try to keep the pawn this way, there are big holes in the sort of black has got compensation for sure.
Yeah. White has to be very careful.
White has to be very, very careful.
But that, interestingly, now knight b4 and now king d2.
Because rook d2.
Well, there was in this position there is a threat. Let's see. Here is a threat to check on c2 and take on d4. So this is a threat.
Yes.
That would kill off white's
What about rook d2? What is wrong with that?
Okay.
Then you can give a check on d3 and take on c5.
Yes.
That's another one.
Then tactics come.
Then check on d3.
And you cannot go into the line of the bishop.
And take on c5.
And now if you take...
Bishop take on c3.
And then
black is winning, almost.
Yeah. Now it's no fun. So king d2 was played. And this might still be theory, I don't know. But Tiger has used almost 40 minutes. Almost half his time for the first... Is it 16 moves? 18 moves?
But on the other hand, this is also something... This is the weakness that Tiger has got at some points. When he's not feeling the flow with his play, sometimes he has got problems with time. I've seen this before.
I have had that too. When the flow is not there, you compensate by thinking.
Yes.
And it doesn't quite work.
It doesn't work. Okay. But okay, let's say that it is now what to do here.
Yeah, you want to unsettle white.
Because
somehow.
if white can play a3 in this position, then you need to go back simply.
Well, if you take on a2 now, I take in rook a1. That must be bad.
Yeah, that must.
Or
be.
Is it bishop c4? And but it's bad. Yes.
Because if you take bishop a6, you can give a check and.
Yeah, you get out.
Now black really, because in this position black really needs to keep up the pressure, because and find a way. One possibility is of course to take on d4 and play e5.
Yeah, this was.
What is happening on that?
Let's try it out. So we take here, and we have to decide. Take with the bishop, maybe. If you take with the knight, then e5, and you take and you threaten all the pieces. I don't know. But yeah, this looks.
Okay, you said bishop takes. And now, should you play e5, then knight take e5?
Yeah, this is... let's just check this line.
Because king e3, you have knight c2 check. That might be... Or maybe that's okay.
We could go back.
But then you can always take on d1 and take on a2 check. And black is fine.
Yeah, then... It's a game. It's not...
No, I mean, black is fine.
But do you want to do this?
Yeah, I was thinking... this is what I wanted to play. But again, you can take on d1 and take on a2. Huh? But a king is better on e3. That was my point.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But but maybe then we have rook a1 in the end. So this. Yeah.
And knight to c2 doesn't look too dangerous, huh?
Nah.
King f3.
It's check, but I mean, Maybe we could even go up here if we want to.
Maybe. Yeah, because king f3, maybe you can play f6.
Because now we have knight f3 back if we need to evacuate.
I think this is fine. It's okay. I cannot see that this is working.
So he played e5 in this position. We had this position he didn't take, so he played e5, which is, of course, very logical move.
Is it very logical? Okay, so d5 is the move to play here. Huh? Then I guess you play f5.
Yeah, something like that.
But somehow it feels like this is wrong.
Well, maybe it is. We'll see. So what do you do here? Now we threaten to take on e4, and then d5 is falling. And if you play a3, we can take on e4. And then take on f3. Maybe it's playable for white.
Maybe that is might be actually that could be good for white actually.
If we take on f5, then d5 falls. That cannot be good. But, so what did we say? A3 maybe?
A3.
And we wanted to take.
There is also a possibility to take on d5 and play f4 maybe.
With the knight now? Yes, this is possible. And then this.
How is this?
King c2 maybe?
Take on e3.
Take back.
And d5. e4 I mean. Take on c3 and take on d5.
Something like this.
Something like this
will probably happen.
This is a very, very tricky position. I'm a little bit afraid that Tiger will think a lot.
So this is the position now in the game?
Is this the position?
Yes, this is the actual situation. Tiger, he's a very good strategic player. I think he has fantastic ideas, right? And
but tactics is normally, also.
But tactics, but sometimes the tactics also goes the wrong way for him.
But he can play fantastic tactic games.
Yes, but usually it comes out of a strategic tension, dynamics in the position. That's.
He's very good in dynamic positions. That's for sure.
Yeah. So, but I think he said sometime, or he wrote in his book that sometimes even the most positional player needs to find a fork.
Yes, that's true.
So there are forks in this position.
So what to do now? What more candidate moves do we find? Beside a3, is it bishop g5 to go out of this possibility?
Bishop g5 is definitely a move.
Then rook d7.
Yeah. If this is good for black, it's horrible for white. Right?
Yes.
I mean, black has all the pieces. You really need to find something for white here.
No, a3 is...
I like a3 move.
It is so logical, but what about this?
So a3.
Take on d5.
If you want to keep the tension, you could go back, but then white is more protected. That doesn't look so bad for white, right?
No, this must be very good. I think that's good for white.
Well, but it's still a f4 threat. Let's say we go here. It looks a bit strange, but how do you resolve this?
I don't like this.
Oh, I'm just thinking
I know what
you could probably, but maybe you can just go. Maybe you can just play like this. But then this comes, yes, and then you take on c5. It's not so easy actually. It's not so easy actually.
No, it's true.
I don't think it's so it's not bad for black because you still keep pressure. The knight will attack c5 and you have new threats coming when you play it like that. So I don't know. I'm not sure. But okay, what we said the alternative rather than knight a6, take on e4.
But then you take on b4.
And then we can take this guy like this, and we have to take this,
And simply take back.
and now after this,
You take. I think white can be slightly better, maybe.
this is not dangerous at least.
No.
So maybe it's not so good to go like this.
King e2, king e2, and yeah.
So a3, interesting move.
But then, but what I said was knight to take on d5 in this position.
Yeah,
But I'm not sure it's good. But
and then we took it, right?
yeah, and then we had f4.
And I suggested something like king c2,
And take,
and then e4, right?
and then e4. Yeah.
You can take on e4, and if it takes on d5, knight d6.
But you played rook take, huh?
Still knight d6.
Knight d6, king up.
But then
The bishop is hanging. Mhm. Okay, that's good. Okay, so okay. So that's maybe a strong. That's because this can be very crucial. Yeah, that's good.
No, I still believe that this could be a good move. Keeping all the pressure,
Mm.
and you have new threats to c5. So white needs something here to.
This is important. Okay, what about a typical tiger line would be like knight g5 or something like that.
Yeah, let's see it.
That would
Well-
be, and then f4 you play like knight e6 or something like that. That would be typical tiger to play.
Take it.
Yeah, I'm not very convinced that this is good, but I just say that this is typical what I've seen. You know, this type of surprising play. You know,
Mm-hmm.
but it doesn't look very good. Huh? F take e3 or. No, I cannot see that this is anything. Bishop, rook d7.
Just keep. I mean, this extra bishop here
Is quite important, huh?
Yeah.
Rook c1. No. Okay, let's go back.
So, this is the position we have now, and we are exploring a3, but we don't really see how that works, right?
No.
So the question is there something better?
Okay, bishop.
Obviously, there is no easy solution because Tiger has been thinking for quite some time now, and yeah, it's a difficult position.
The problem is also, of course, that if you make one small mistake, like the little tactical finesse that I just missed, you lose the game. You know, then it's game over. So it's so crucial now to find the right path.
I mean, Black threatens to win with one move here. F4, he wins a piece. So it's very concrete. And if you try something like taking here, I guess you take on d5. Is this what happens here? Maybe rook takes.
Maybe could you take on g6 instead?
So e takes f5. I mean, you could take back, of course.
Yeah, that's I think is the logical one.
This is not. This is not so bad. You threaten again f4. And if we play bishop g5 now,
Rook d7, d6.
maybe e4.
e4, knight h4, rook f8. And the black pieces, the white pieces are so strangely placed now. And that we have the fantastic bishop. No, this is not possible. This is nothing. And
Well, but you have a pawn.
But b6,
Yeah, or knight a6 again could come at some point.
and it's you take on a2, maybe even, you know. So
So f5. So what do you think?
actually, I think that Tiger has got problems here. I think he is out prepared, as you know. Maybe the opponent has made a good job with his computers at home,
Cheating.
and Tiger is reminding, you know, of the analysis that we did long time
And
ago.
he cannot
maybe.
quite remember this position. What
No.
did
What
Jesper
did
said
we-
something
what did
about
Jesper
this?
say,
What
yeah.
did he say? What did he
Yes.
say?
Well,
The interesting thing,
I
because this happens sometimes,
yeah.
and then you go back and look at some old game, and
Yes.
you realize it wasn't this at all. It was so different. you
Yeah,
know.
but also, of course, there is so much happened with the computers, and this
Yeah.
type of position, they are fantastic.
Yeah.
They will immediately spot the weakness and in the analysis and so on. But let's go. We will come back to this game for
Yeah,
sure.
we
Let's see
shouldn't-
what's happened
we
now.
shouldn't dig
go
too deep.
back again.
Yeah. Okay. Not so much has happened here. I think we were here.
Bishop d2. Yeah. We said
and he
that.
went back, and we
Castle.
had some very normal moves. Knight e5.
Mhm.
We mentioned this idea. Knight fd7.
Yeah, this is logical because if you play knight bd7, then you will play knight c6 and take the bishop on e7, and that would be favorable for white.
Yeah.
So you don't like this.
You really need this bishop because you have the pawns on white
Mhm.
squares. So
So
knight fd7 and
Yes.
white avoids.
yes,
Knight c6, e3 and knight b4.
what is interesting is that he doesn't want to play c5 because he had a chance again. That probably he feel that he's not ready for that because then e4 will come most likely. But now he actually has got this nice square on b4. Is
Yep.
this the position?
Yes.
Can you take on b4 and take on d5? What
did
is
you say?
happening?
Take.
On b4
Yes. Okay.
like this. Bishop takes. Knight take d5.
Ooh.
Then I take on b4. So
Yeah.
you need to take on d2,
Yeah, you have to take here. Right?
and then I play knight f4,
Hmm.
and it's hanging on a8, and the bishop on d2, and you will win a pawn. After bishop b4, take on a8, bishop to a6, and then you just go back with the bishop, and you're a pawn up.
So let's go back and see. Take on b4, bishop takes, and now the
Knight
surprising tactical resource.
Or okay, bishop take d2. If you play knight f4, can you take on e3 then?
Yeah. Let's say white go. If you take back, then you can play rook b8, and at least it's playable. So the question is, how is this? And you take here, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I'll probably take back,
And then bishop a6.
and then this comes. Yeah. Yeah. This is not doesn't look very nice for white. I think
Nope.
you haven't even won a pawn. So no, that.
So let's see again if there is any, because I think that it's at least this is this type of tactics.
Mhm.
So take on b4.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see again.
Maybe something else here, but that's the only tactic in this position.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I don't know, e4, but then you can do c6 maybe. So take. Yeah.
If you now go for, is there any, you know, you can also play like okay,
But if you take on c7, queen takes, I don't believe that's
no,
to be so good.
no.
I don't believe it. No, knight f4 looked very nice, but I think queen. Bishop
Okay, then
e2.
you have to take on a8. No, You have to take on a8.
You could.
Oh, take back.
You could take this and
Mhm.
play this position.
And yeah, maybe this is what he's thinking about. I don't know. But this looks okay for black, huh?
Yeah.
With this pawn on
Probably, but okay.
queen c2.
It's a game. It's a game. Not easy to say who is better here, but I think white could be slightly better. Okay, he has a little bit weakened king, but
But I don't, the problem is a little bit the pawn on a4
yeah, no,
because you have like a good good line,
lots of holes in the
good
position.
file on
Yeah,
the
maybe
b file.
maybe it's just an even game.
So probably this will not happen. So instead, what will happen after knight to b4?
Your white has to do something. I mean, he's more or less obliged to take because you threaten bishop a6 now.
Exactly.
So you cannot. I mean, what could he do? Go to f4, go back, or move somewhere? Knight c5, but it doesn't.
Okay, let's take and play knight. Should you take and play knight to b5 maybe? Take on b4, bishop take and knight b5. Because now, if black is going back with a bishop to e7, you have bishop to a5. That is actually quite annoying. Or maybe, I guess so at least. Because if you take on d2, queen take d2, I think white is slightly better in that position because then you have. And then you will follow up with, you don't want to play c6 here, I think. So bishop a6, then rook fc1.
But shouldn't you play c6 here?
Maybe.
Because else you play rook c1 and
okay.
So.
Okay, maybe.
Because you have c5, I'm thinking afterwards. Where do you go with the knight? Let's say you go here. Maybe now you can do something.
Or maybe no, I thought a5 was strong here. So I wanted to go to a3 actually.
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
But I don't know.
But that's
a little bit strange maybe, but if
maybe
you can
not.
play b4, it might be good.
We could do a5.
And b4.
And maybe take.
Take queen takes. This is okay.
Maybe queen a5.
Yeah.
Even.
Yeah.
And it becomes.
Okay, this is nothing special.
Nicely.
I agree.
Okay, so there has been an exchange on b4.
So now the question is how white should you play like, because e4, maybe you just play c6.
Yeah. Well, it's not so easy. Tricky position.
a6 will come as well. I think black is okay.
Maybe he takes on d5 and goes into this.
Yeah, maybe just to get like a more
more
dynamic position.
Yeah, and sort of give black some weaknesses and hope to prove that these are important.
Okay, we had an interesting draw, or maybe not, on the second board. Let's see.
Yeah, it was this position.
Yes.
Yeah. Already here we can sense that this is going to end in a draw, and it did. Not so much to say about that. They are evenly matched in ratings, I would say. Black player had a little bit more rating, but almost the same. So probably both are feeling that.
But also
a draw is nice.
Yeah, 3.5 after 4 is good.
It's good, and you can get some rest, and you can prepare for the next.
Okay.
So here we have this interesting game. We had this a little bit strange, or at least unusual f5 move.
A little bit unusual idea.
Yeah,
But
giving away e5.
Taking space, but also preparing maybe for this type of g4 style.
Yeah, we had this position.
Mm-hmm.
Black played h6, very logical, just to ask a question, where do you want to go?
Mm-hmm.
And he played bishop f4,
Mm-hmm.
queen b6, a3,
Mm-hmm.
famous trick.
If you take, you play knight to a4.
And the knight comes here, and the queen is trapped.
Mm-hmm.
Surprise.
Yeah.
So bishop d7 was played,
Mm-hmm.
knight f3, rook a d8.
And still you cannot take on b2 because you have knight a4. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
But now you can... No, you cannot. There is not a check on f3. Okay. But then
The most likely move would probably be queen c7 here.
queen c7.
Because
And
you cannot take on a7.
no, that's right.
So you could do this, and now if white makes this, you have
The
b6.
bishop is trapped.
And the bishop is trapped.
Mm-hmm.
So bishop e3.
Okay, queen c7. But there might be some other moves like queen d4.
Maybe now you have some ideas like playing here.
And then I take with the bishop. So
oh,
I'm
sorry,
not sure.
not
Mhm.
not exactly in this position.
Okay.
No, no, you cannot do that. So the question is here after queen c7.
Queen d4 maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, it's hanging on f3. This may be... No, you don't want to do that. Okay. Should you go back with a knight to d4? Then there is this push with d5 that can come in this type of positions that you
Mm.
always need to calculate on. Right.
I think that is might come, and that could win the game for black
Mm.
in the right, because
Mhm.
we have a big weakness here on g3, and there might be some idea with knight here and even here. And
Maybe you should
Queen.
take on e5 in this position.
yeah, you can do that.
Because if you take with the rook, there is this rook bishop d4 move.
No,
If you take with the pawn,
I think you will take the
then
pawn.
queen e2 and queen f2 maybe to put some pressure. Or bishop c4 or something like that, and you know, because now it's not so bad to have the pawn on f5 because it's restricting the bishop on.
I'm thinking
on
maybe
d7.
we should do something like c5 and bishop to. What happens if we play?
No, so maybe if you do play, maybe you should put the queen on f3. I think queen is better on f3 than on, because if you play queen to f3, then after c5 you can play bishop to c4 at least, you know, or bishop b5
Mm.
even.
Yeah, it's a different situation after bishop after queen f3. Of course.
That's a better move.
Probably you shouldn't do c5 in that case.
Mm. Now here you have some chances with white to
Yeah,
claim.
now your idea with g4 and h4 and this
Mm.
this kingside attack could be good.
Mm.
So,
the question is, can he take with a rook? On,
but
on e5?
but he didn't play queen c7. He played queen a5.
To be able to take on e5 with the queen. Okay.
Yeah, maybe.
So b4 now.
Yeah, but then you get weaknesses also.
Yeah, no, I'm aware of that.
Now I think he goes back.
I am very sure. And take on e5 now. And if you take with a rook, is it possible?
Bishop
d4, rook goes back, and you take on f6.
Yeah, this looks very dangerous.
Yes.
We can look at it just for fun. So this, we go here. Let's say we go all the way back.
Mm-hmm.
I think you should do this. Maybe
Mhm.
queen h5.
Or bishop to c4
Yeah.
to avoid this.
But I'm thinking maybe now coming with a rook at some point.
And queen g4, okay.
I don't know.
Because
But
if you can play like rook e3, check on g4 and rook g3, it
then
will
it's
be
mate.
mate.
Yeah, that's the
Mhm.
idea. And we always have bishop c4 at some
Mhm.
point. But d5, I don't know. Maybe you could even take.
Yeah, or you can play rook e3.
Yes, also. Yeah, it's nasty. Bishop g7 maybe. But then
Bishop g7, yeah.
queen g4. But then,
Okay.
Well, this is unclear.
Or it's not. Maybe this is good for white, that position. Maybe it's time for you to check out this idea with f4, f5. Tom,
Well, we'll
like
see,
you
we'll
said.
see, we'll
We'll
see.
see, we'll
Yeah,
see.
we'll see.
You are still not convinced.
I don't know.
Okay.
No, but I mean, it's not unseen. We have seen this
Yeah.
type of thing, but
Yes.
he did it in a situation when I don't think I've seen it done before. But maybe when you look at the games, it turns out that this is the latest fashion. I don't know. So it doesn't look unreasonable in any way.
No.
But on the other hand, I feel that there is some counter punch possibilities for black.
Yeah, it's
here.
it's d5 is normally, you know, that is the push
Yeah.
you want to make. And that's
Yeah.
why I think that this to take on e5 with b4 now and take on e5 is like a possibility at least. You
So
know.
let's just have a look at that again. So
Mhm.
b4,
Mhm.
queen c7 takes, and now we take with the pawn. Okay,
Okay.
avoid this. It's possible to take with the rook,
Mhm.
but it looks very dangerous.
And now it was queen f3.
And now we go here. Maybe now we can play c5 as a counter attack.
Yes.
But then maybe b5. But then c4.
Yes.
So suddenly this c5 gets a new chance here.
Okay, b5 is logical to me.
Should you do this?
Yeah, otherwise bishop c4
Yeah,
is
that's-
fantastic, you know. Okay, let's say that we just go for g4 and this kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
No.
g4,
How is this then? Is it bishop c5?
probably. We need to do something.
Mm.
Bishop c5.
Okay. Should we go for h4? Just play really sharp here.
Mm-hmm. I like it.
Bishop d4, bishop d2.
Bishop d4 or take.
Mm.
I don't know. What do we do here?
I think if you take, I take with a rook.
Yeah, you have to.
And it
I
will
would
be
guess
yeah,
because
yeah.
of g4, but
And that looks dangerous. I think bishop d4 is much more challenging, I think.
maybe. But yeah, you can go here, of course. But maybe b5 is falling now.
But yeah.
Let's say we take this guy.
Okay, I take with a bishop.
We just take everything. and
Okay,
hope for the
g5.
best. Yeah.
Go.
Yes, of course.
And
But is it good? So if I move my knight, you take on h6, or
mm-hmm. Or I play queen g4 or something like that.
knight takes e4 and bishop c6.
I think it's too little. I just take.
Too little, too late.
Too little, too late. Yeah.
I'm not so sure about that.
You mean that?
Well,
Would you like to play black with that position after taking e4 rook
No,
take?
I'm not saying it. I'm just saying it's unclear. It should be good for white, but I'm not so sure.
Yes. Pair of bishops and.
But maybe we do something else. Let's say we move the knight somewhere.
Mhm.
Let's say we go here.
Okay.
I want to see what you do.
Let's play queen to g4.
Mm-hmm.
You play king h8 maybe? Or should I play queen h5? Is that better maybe? Queen h5 looks good. Let's go for that.
Mm-hmm. But I don't know. I just feel that I'm not so convinced about this because let's say you go here.
Should you play f6?
Yeah.
possible.
Yeah.
Or is it too early? Maybe we should bring in the rook first, rook AD1 maybe, or something like that. I don't know.
The white's position is quite open now. The white king is also a bit sensitive here. I mean, it's not so clear. So what is the threat here? Are you going to take? Where are you going to take? Are you going to play g6 or something? No, but then I take on f6 with the knight. Shouldn't be.
No, I take on. I think I take on. Probably I take on g7, but
then I could start.
But maybe actually I'm more compelled to play rook AD1 than to play f6. I think rook AD1 is, for me, it's more logical to bring in. If you play rook d6, I should play rook AD1 just to start to.
Yeah.
It's, for me, it's more logical,
Yeah. Certainly, I agree with you on that note.
Because you cannot. Okay, you can you play rook d8?
You mean take here on e5?
And
Bishop takes.
take on d1.
Take the queen, but the rook is hanging on d8, right?
No. Rook.
Well,
You
if you
want
go
to take
here,
on d here, and then it's hanging on. Is this anything? No.
no, I mean the rook is hanging here.
Yeah, and you get the bishop on f1, but it's not enough.
No,
No. Okay, so it doesn't work. So then rook ad1 was much better, I'm sure.
But this did not happen. We got this position instead, so we can forget all about that analysis.
Okay. But now we can take on a7.
Mm-hmm.
He will win a pawn.
But then finally, maybe you can play d5 or something, and we get a real game here.
Yes.
Maybe something like that. Maybe black is ready to give a pawn at some point and get counterplay. f5 is a weak pawn.
Mm.
So.
But I believe that must be the idea to take on a7. Don't you think so?
I don't know.
Okay, let's take.
If you go like bishop d4, are you going in on g3 or are you going back to e7? Maybe just play queen e7 and.
And then he can take on a7.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But maybe also.
Yeah. What about queen?
You want to go in here?
Rook e3.
Yeah, this is tricky. What's going on here?
Queen h4 maybe.
Queen h4, queen g5.
Mm. They threatened c5, huh?
I don't know if it's a big threat. Yeah. I was thinking maybe you could
I
do
don't know.
something like this.
Mm-hmm.
With the idea of going rook g3 and taking on f6. And now after
d5.
c5 you can take on f6 and knight
On
d5.
d5 you have e5. Maybe. No, that's hang. Yeah. No.
Yeah, this is very tricky.
Okay.
So I think we should go to the next game and we'll see what happens.
But still, I think I say that I have a feeling that white can be on a good, can be good in this position. I would be a bit worried for black.
But one break for black with d5 in the right moment, and suddenly it's a different.
That's right. That's right.
calculation.
But if you look at it objectively, I think I would be a little bit worried for black actually.
Yeah.
But let's see. Okay, next game.
Yeah, here we have this this game. So let's just move back here, see where we were.
Mhm.
So
Yes.
it was this position, I think.
Yes.
And black played bishop f5, b4,
Mhm.
b5, knight c7, a4, knight d7. So
He's not going for this
no, he's
knight
not
e8
no,
on this.
No, he's just bishop a3, queen
Mhm.
e6, take, queen b3, bishop g4. Yeah. So what's your instinctive reaction here?
White is a little bit better.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Also
too.
because what you can do now is to take on g4 and play maybe bishop to d6.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's a little bit weak on d5, and then you go put the bishop on g3, rook to c1, and white will be slightly better always. also break with f3 at the right moment. So I think white is slightly better in this position. That's my feeling.
Black has some chances to play for an attack with the queen and knight at some point.
That's why I think that the bishop on to take and play bishop d6, because then you have your bishop ready to support a little bit.
Yeah, and then you cannot.
And you threatens to take on c7 and take on d5.
Yeah, so you force black to defend. Yeah.
Yeah, and queen e6, go back.
Yeah.
Now white is slightly better here. I'm sure.
Yeah. Okay, I think we will we'll go to the next one.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, this was.
Was it okay? Did I do something with my feet?
No, it worked fine. Okay, so let's see here.
It was this Sicilian game.
We had this c3 move and knight g6, and
what did he do? He took.
Yeah, queen takes, and then he took here.
Okay.
And I understand why. I mean, he wants to play for tempo. He wants to push his luck here with the rook on a7 and bishop on c8. Black is underdeveloped, and he wants to just.
Yes.
If he can get his pieces out and take the d file, Black will have a very tough game. So that's very, very logical, I think. Okay, so queen e5 was played.
Wants to swap queens,
but he said no. Queen c7, knight f3, b4, queen h4. Famous plan here to play knight g5 and mate on h7. Not to be underestimated.
f6.
So he has to play f6, knight c5, and e5.
I don't know. I think the knight on f3 is bad. It doesn't have any. You need to play like knight e2, knight e4 or something like that to get it into play.
It's true.
But even black can even play like g5 and bishop f5. I think black is okay here actually.
But white has a very knight c5 knights taking also squares.
Yes.
And the queen can complement, get maybe to the white diagonal and things like that. So yes, the knight on f3 is a little bit. It could be improved. Let's say that somehow, maybe knight e2 to e4 or something. But I still think white is better here.
But it felt better just some moves away. I
Yeah,
think.
but you can secure the knight with b4 at some point. You have a3. You put the queen on d5 maybe. Maybe you double up on the d file. Black still has the problem with the rook on a7. I don't know.
Actually, this plan to play b4 might be okay, actually. But...
Yeah, I'm thinking, the queen will most likely move here and perhaps go here at some point. Maybe you secure the knight with this. Maybe you double up with your rooks here. Maybe the knight goes up to e4, and if you get enough good moves here, white should be winning, because black doesn't really have.
Should be winning, yes, but black can play play bishop to f5 and g5 or something like that.
Yeah, and what is that doing?
Where to put your queen?
Yeah, but I'm going to d5.
But you mean in this move you play queen e4?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would go to e4. Because I agree with you. It's done its job on this square. I don't see any. So I want to go here, threatening on g6, and you want to do this.
Yeah, maybe I don't know. Maybe it could also be g5. I don't know.
Yeah, it's
but
also a little bit weakening. I
mean, I agree.
Swiss cheese here.
Yeah, maybe check. Yeah.
So bishop f5, let's say, and check. Now you can go for. No, you cannot go for that because you lose a knight. So you have to go king somewhere.
Yeah,
here maybe.
Yeah, h7.
Now rook d8 is a threat, of course. Yeah, it's not so easy. Maybe queen d6. Is that a move? Is that a point?
Do you want to?
No, maybe you shouldn't exchange queens. I'm not sure.
Rook d8.
Maybe there is something better here.
Anyway, I still believe that it felt like white had, better options before, because I think black is. Maybe white has got some way to prove
that might
advantage.
be.
But
He actually
it's
made
not-
another move here after e5. He didn't play the queen move. He played the pawn move.
okay.
Also very logical, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And then after g5, then you move the queen in.
No, bishop f5 now, I think.
Yeah, probably. Probably. So let's have a look. Bishop f5,
Mm-hmm.
g4.
Okay.
I don't know.
G5 maybe.
Yeah, but when I move my queen, then you have to keep e6 because there is a fork.
Okay.
The famous fork.
I know this one.
It's Tiger's
I've
famous fork.
fallen into it many times.
Yeah. So,
In the past, at least.
but I'm not saying g4 is a fantastic move. I'm just saying, there are some tactical ideas. But the most logical would be just to double up the rooks, I guess.
Rook d2.
Rook d2 maybe. So Bishop, what was the last move here?
Bishop f5 was my suggestion, but
Yeah.
b4 was the last move.
Yeah, b4. Yeah, this is the position,
Mm-hmm.
and.
But I mean, okay, let's say
Let's say let's make the most logical, simple moves without any tricks.
Mm-hmm.
What happens here? Is g5 irritating?
Can you play a5?
Yes, you can do that. Then I'm thinking maybe a3.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, then you can take and play some
And rook to a3.
maybe rook a3, irritating.
Yes. This is what I try to do. Irritate.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that approach. So let's say we do this here and here.
Mm-hmm.
Just see what happens. Suddenly the rook is very strong. Yeah, that's why I wanted to put the queen in. To
Yeah,
the
I understand.
center.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe you should take the plan. That's why I wanted to take the chance to go to f5.
So maybe rook d2 is not so good.
Mm.
So in this position, maybe we do something better. Is a4 a move?
But can you play a5 immediately? I don't know. Is there, instead of bishop f5, is there any point with that?
Because here maybe this is a move. Then the queen can come to c4.
Aha, okay. So let's play a5 immediately then.
Mm-hmm. So he played b4, and now you want to
But
go.
do you play a4 anyway?
Maybe.
Maybe that's a great trick.
Yeah, this a3 take rook a3. I didn't like that so much. Well, you could perhaps.
Mhm.
No, I don't like that. I think this is better. Yeah. Take on b4, take on b5. I don't know, but then we always have queen c4. Important move to get
yeah,
the queen
that's right.
back.
That's
Yeah.
right. That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. This is a bit annoying, at least.
Yeah.
Maybe playable, but
Mhm.
maybe not so nice. So he has a little bit to think about here. Black.
Yes.
I would
yes.
think maybe white has something a little bit in this position.
Mm.
But I agree with you. If black gets everything that he wants, of course. Okay.
Okay.
Should we go?
Let's see.
Should we go to the next one?
Yes.
We're going to go down the list now,
Yes,
and then
go
we're going to have
have
a
a break.
small break. Yeah,
Yes.
a small break, just to catch our breath and maybe
Mhm.
have a little bit of coffee. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about that?
Sounds great.
Yeah. So this is your old pupil
Yep.
that you know the family and everything,
Mm-hmm.
and we have to go back here a bit. Let's see.
We had this f4 when he played f4 and so on. We said that was one possibility. b5 and
and he played
g3.
g3.
Okay.
It looks to me like a move that you make because you don't really see any, clear plan forward.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't really understand how it fits into the grand scheme of things. Do you?
No.
But maybe the idea is simple. He just wants to at some point move the bishop back here and get here,
Mm.
and then have the right.
Yes, that's right.
confirmation.
Okay, so g6 came.
Yeah. Okay. G6 played. Now he took on F6
Mm-hmm.
and bishop G4. And now he's going to put the bishop on. Yeah, not so stupid. And the queen.
Mm.
The queen can also go here now. You get something like this, and you have some pressure.
Yeah.
Bishop G7,
Mm-hmm.
H4. That's a bit surprising.
He wants to play h5, go for an attack somehow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he does. So let's move forward.
Mm-hmm.
Queen D6 was played and H5.
Mm-hmm.
Rook A D8, H takes, Rook D2. Yeah.
There's one thing I thought was a bit strange, was that why didn't he put his queen on b6? Was that not possible?
You mean
Instead of
here?
yeah, because you want to play a5 b4, don't you?
Actually, he goes to B6, but
Mhm.
he makes it.
They made it later.
Yeah, he made it
Then
later.
maybe why not play it immediately?
Yeah, maybe we can have that in mind.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah,
Okay. Mhm.
but he did it this way. Maybe he
Mhm.
didn't see this idea. You
Mhm.
know, sometimes you don't know what your opponent is going to do, and you change plans.
Mm-hmm.
So here he went there to B6, Rook H2, A5,
Mm.
and White played B4.
b4.
One of the ideas he wants to attack on the H5. Black. Another idea is that if Black plays F6, G6 is falling.
Mm.
So it's very difficult to get rid of this.
So what
knight.
about if you take on b3 and then play f6?
Okay, so we do this, and now you do this. But now we have knight to D3 and C5.
Yes, that's yes. Suddenly it starts to look. But wait. I have an idea. Okay, if you play knight d3, can you play f5
Of course.
and then take on e3 with the rook?
Mm-hmm.
But then maybe you have bishop f3 take. Okay.
But wait. Is this?
Wait.
this-
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Take on e3,
Take.
bishop
Take.
take.
Bishop take. I'm thinking maybe this move because it's
Mhm.
a check when we take back.
Mhm. And I take with the bishop,
Yeah. We take.
and I have king g7.
And you claim to be fine.
Well, I think so. But I was a
Well,
bit.
but you're gonna get your rook back,
Mm.
and what
I'm a
after
pawn
that?
up.
Yeah, but king.
But your king as well. It's not so.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe
I
this
think
is
I think this is okay for black.
Yeah,
But
might
there
be.
were some other possibilities, of course.
So
But
this.
it shows that there are always some tactics somewhere, you know.
Yeah. And this is what you miss in the games. You think
Mhm.
in big structural ideas, and then the computer says, "Well, you can take here and here, and it's
Mhm.
just over." Yeah.
You can play. Okay, because if you play knight to f3. No. Yeah, okay, f5, yes.
This is easy to miss
Mm.
if you play both colors, so to speak.
Knight take d5. Suddenly, first I thought this was okay. Knight would take d5.
Yeah, wasn't that what? We took on the E3
Mm.
first.
But the problem is you can give a check on e1
yeah.
and
now,
queen take.
No, you take here.
But if you, yeah, so
So that is not working. So C takes, queen takes, and now F6. A little bit
Mhm.
surprising.
okay, knight f3.
Yeah, this is the solid approach. So knight d3 was not so good. This is better.
And now I guess it's too much to sacrifice, huh? With f5 and take on e3. No, you can play.
No, this is not possible,
No.
I think. Now we have moved maybe here,
Mm.
and then we can bring it. This should be
Rook
okay.
eight. It should be okay.
Yeah. Okay, very tricky
But
position.
go back in this position after f6. Okay, knight on f3 instead. In this position.
No, black certainly has options here.
You can play also can you play b4?
Then maybe we have knight a4 to c5,
Mm.
something like that. Very tricky position.
Also, here it's important. I think if this doesn't work, this kind of tricks, it might be good for.
Yeah, but my impression from the position we had here is that white has managed to transform the position in a favorable way.
Mhm.
That's my feeling. I felt that this is probably...
Was this the game?
Yeah.
So he didn't play as we thought. He played like this
No,
instead.
he played rook a8, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And this is typical because it's so tricky to analyze such a long line with lots of sacrifices and things like
Mhm.
that. So you prefer to make just a positional move. This is...
Tries to get some counterplay.
Well, because I think it's very important to note that white doesn't really have a strong attack on the king side.
No.
Because black is so well prepared.
Mm.
Bishop on g7, knight on f8.
And
Okay,
f5.
and at some point you can always do f6 to get f7 for the king. So there is no real attack. So black has time here. That's my impression. What do you think? Maybe f5
know.
at some point, but then e5 is hanging. Maybe something. Yeah. Well, there could be an attack. You have to be careful.
Is there is there a move like bishop to d7?
Well, but he played bishop f3.
When did we stop that?
So, but it's a decent move.
Mm-hmm.
Threats to d5.
Mm-hmm.
So now, because rook a8, you can say one thing about rook a8, and that is, what's the point? Maybe rook a3 was the threat,
Mm-hmm.
something like that. That could be the idea.
Yes.
Okay, so he played bishop f3,
Mm-hmm.
and now if you play the rook in, you can take on d5. That's not good. Okay, so you have to protect.
So it should be like rook fd8. But the problem, all the little bit the dynamics of the position, you get lost in this position.
You don't have the attack on
I
e3,
don't
but maybe that's not so necessary.
But I have one idea. What about, can you play, if you play f6 now, is that possible? I thought if you take,
Now, this looks dangerous.
of course it's dangerous. It's very dangerous. No, it doesn't work. I had an idea, but it was just bad. Sorry.
So the question is, in this position, what do you do? Bishop f3. There is a clear threat.
Mhm.
You cannot protect with the queen because
Okay, so rook
d5
fd8.
I think it's more or less forced.
Mm.
So rook d8.
Hmm?
You could go for like trying to double the rooks on the h file, but there is still no threat. That's the problem, I think. Because black could infiltrate on the queen side with rook a3 and yeah.
Rook a3, rook b3.
Something like that. I mean, if white...
But it feels like white is slightly better in this position. It's like white has got the options a little bit.
Yeah, he has the initiative, I think.
Yes.
A little bit.
So,
But it's still not clear.
but okay, one maneuver black would like to play is, of course, bishop c8, bishop f5, if it would be possible.
Could be.
But right now, of course, the d5 pawn is too weak. But
D5 is weak, and white has a counter
yeah.
in G4.
But black would really like to take away the white squared bishop for white and the white squared bishop for black. That would be
Okay.
in black's favor, but
he
it's far away.
played rook D8,
mm-hmm.
as we said.
Mm-hmm. And then time to move to the next game, huh?
Yeah, I
And
think
that
so.
is the tiger game,
Yeah, we go to Tiger,
because that was also very interesting.
and Tiger.
And of course, it has happened something that we could not calculate on.
So
what happened?
it was
This position.
finally A3,
Mm-hmm.
and we got knight A6,
Okay, that's good.
and then and now Tiger
Found.
moved out of the. Which is a good move because now he can retreat the bishop.
And he is ready to sacrifice the pawn on
Yeah.
on c5, but on the other hand, now the bishop is bad on. This was for sure the best solution, you know.
Yeah. And now he played knight E2, a little bit of a tricky move, threatening the bishop.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was
Was this correct?
now black played also a tricky move, bishop E2.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just look. Why did he do that?
Yeah, that's a good move because.
Yeah, because the white has to take with the wrong knight, so to speak.
Mm,
That's a really tricky move, bishop E2. I would say. So let's see what happens. So bishop E2, he had to take on E3, and now Tiger is thinking.
because here you can play knight b3 as well
Mm-hmm.
to cover up the pawn. That is quite attractive, isn't it?
Yeah, apart from the fact that he loses the F2 pawn.
Exactly.
No.
So what about that position?
Let's see.
Knight b3, because then the knight could be stranded on this, and rook. My idea was to play rook h f1, and if you play the rook to f, you play rook f d3 and then rook f3.
Do you mean rook D2, D2?
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe bishop H6, if possible.
Mm-hmm.
Then we can exchange and go in here. That looks okay, at least. But I think Tiger has found a way to
Maybe
stop the worst.
Rook h3.
Yes. This looks good.
My idea was if it bishop g5,
Yeah,
you
we have
play
to go here.
you play king d3,
Yeah, to prevent bishop E3.
and then you play rook f3. in the next-
Maybe you do this.
Yes, and then in next move rook f3.
Maybe now you can go here.
Maybe even that. It depends on how strong this. But the king is quite good on.
Maybe you should do H6. Something like this. But this move is here, yeah.
Exactly.
But then we can take and play bishop.
Then knight g3.
Yeah, it's true. And
Maybe he has got chances suddenly. Was this really forced? This?
No.
No.
It's not forced. So this was knight B3. Let's look
But
at
it
this
must
again.
be. It could be. What else? Bishop h6.
Yes.
But how many? What is the
Pawn count.
White is a pawn up, or
Yeah, white's pawn up here.
so if you play like bishop to h6, you can play f3,
Yeah.
for example. Then
With
you
a
simply
pawn more.
and that
So-
is
so-
simply winning, I think. So he must take this one. And bishop, go for bishop f8
D6 maybe.
and d6 b6.
Yeah, maybe this is a better way to play.
But white will be a pawn up if you take on b6 and take on f2. Or?
No, it's equal.
Then it will be equal, yeah, okay. So I cannot calculate it.
Still, you get the impression that maybe white still has an initiative here somewhere, somehow.
This looks better actually than...
Yeah, this is a better chance or better play for black. You have to play like this. Okay, very interesting. Maybe we should take our little break.
Yep.
So we will be back in 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome back to the fourth round of the Rilton Cup 2025. And we're sitting here looking at board one. What's going on?
Is it who is it black? It's white to play in this position.
Black just
Took the knight on
took a
C3.
knight on C. Do you want to go
Yeah,
back
yeah,
maybe
okay,
a few
okay.
moves? Yeah. So we saw this,
Mm-hmm.
and white came up with a little bit surprising, maybe knight A2.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Okay, no, I like this move actually.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a good
We
move.
didn't see that move,
No,
but we
no.
were looking at much
Yeah, yeah.
more tactical things. But
Yes.
he plays it positionally, because now, of course, if black takes here,
Mm.
you take back with the queen, and then you can always play b4, and
Mhm.
that's the thing, right?
Mm.
So
But still, I think you should do that and play A5.
maybe.
But okay.
he played bishop d6,
And now B4, yes.
queen e7, queen b3,
Mm.
rook b8, rook fc1, knight b6,
Bishop F1. No.
bishop e1,
Mhm,
bishop
Bishop
d7,
E1, okay.
b5,
Mhm.
e6 take. So some tactics here.
But was that white? It felt like white had something better, you know. Okay.
You want to play bishop f1 here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's possible.
And if Bishop D7 or can you play Knight C4?
You could do that, sack a pawn and get the long white diagonal, I
don't know.
guess.
No, it's not good. But I don't think so. Yeah.
Let's say this.
Yeah, that was the idea, but I don't know.
No, this looks a bit dangerous. What do? Knight c3, or maybe you can just take.
Rook.
Maybe you threaten
No,
to
it's
go here. And
yeah, a little bit annoying. Yeah. So maybe it was not absolutely stupid idea.
So anyway, what happened was
Mhm.
bishop e1,
Mm-hmm.
bishop d7 here, a6,
Mm-hmm.
take. I mean, white has the pawn on a6. That's not so
Mhm.
bad. Queen c2, rook a8, and now bishop f1.
Mm-hmm. I think
C5.
maybe black is even better in this position.
Might be.
You take, and now you should play c4 in the next move. If you cannot take on c5, he must take on c5, I think. Because if you take on c3, black will play c4, and the pawn on a6 will be lost, and that's a really good position. So it must play. So the question is, but d takes c5. Is there any tricks in that position?
No tricks. I'm joking, of course. There are always tricks. But I think you cannot improve on perhaps taking on c5. Can you? Like, what else could you do?
No, I don't think so.
I think you have to take it.
Knight to b5.
But what about taking here? Isn't
And
that
queen take back.
isn't this very annoying now? Some good queen move somewhere, and
Maybe you
This-
can even play rook b1 or
yeah, something like that.
and the rook b8. My idea was to go for the pawn, of course.
Yeah.
Try to find
No,
a
but
way.
you're going to attack this one, and you have bishop
Mm,
b4 or something.
No,
I don't know.
Okay, I
Interesting.
think probably you take back with the bishop.
Yeah, he took, and we haven't. Yeah, we don't know. But maybe this move.
It must be this
yeah.
move.
So take. And now I guess you take with the
The
bishop. And now how is
Rook
this?
fc8 probably.
I would guess that this could be okay for black.
I think it's okay for black.
Maybe rook fc8.
Mm. I think this is okay for black, but okay. Queen d2, bishop d4 maybe, something like that. Because the question is, of course, is the pawn weak or strong on a6? And but it's hard to push it, as you have a nice bishop on c5. So swap off the black squared bishop seems like a normal choice from my point of view.
Maybe we should go to the next game.
Yes, please.
This is difficult. We had a draw here. We've just seen that
we can
before.
take.
And then we have this
This one.
Demchenko, and we have to go back here.
Yes, because here we had.
So we had bishop. We had queen a5, and there was an exchange.
But we thought b4 was interesting.
Yeah, but we never came to any conclusion.
No.
It was very complex.
But I preferred to play white, but it is not. Is more based on
So we had this. And now we looked at queen g3, I think. But he played queen f4 instead.
Yes.
Which might be better. We don't get the rook g3 tempo.
No, you're threatening to take on e4, so take on a7. So okay.
So you could take on f6 and say,
yes,
I'm going to. But the queen on f4 makes the attack very difficult.
It feels like b4 was a much better move.
Yeah, maybe.
Because now the queen is on and you have some tactics. Is it bishop d3 in this position?
Yes, he played bishop d3. And now d5. The break that we were longing for and we were asking for all the time, here it comes. And now suddenly black can have dreams.
Because you cannot play e5, because then you take the bishop on d4. That's very important as well.
The dream of mate is alive.
Yes.
So d5. Okay, white reacted with this one.
And you said that, Tom, that when d5 will come, it can decide the game. So maybe you are right.
Well, that's obvious because suddenly black's pieces are working.
Yes.
They were sort of hemmed in by this f5 idea. But I think white still has a nice grip on the position. I think he can close it maybe somehow. Anyway, he played rook f1. And I guess you cannot get much play from putting the queen on g3.
Queen h4, or?
No,
Can you do that?
no,
He went back, maybe?
he went here.
And wait. e5?
Yeah, but then you sack.
Then you sack.
With a big smile because now white is toothless.
And rook queen e1.
Yeah, but you just play this. You have a pawn for the exchange. You have good position. White's bishop is bad. You can do whatever you want to. You can go here, for instance, and put the bishop on some good square.
Queen f2. Is this so clear?
It's not so clear, but it's nice for black. Maybe play b6 and bishop c5. Knight h5 is a move.
Knight e2.
Yeah, rook e8, and
g4.
Suddenly white is protecting.
I can just say that this could be a position where the computer says that white is better, but even though it's, in a way, like you say, it's easier to play.
But I've looked at quite a lot of positions like this, and actually the computer is usually on the black side in this type of position because of the dynamics, the possibilities black have, and
Okay. Okay, I still think that this could be a possibility.
We're going to look at it later.
Let's do that.
But anyway, what you can say here is this is a long fight, and it could easily be good for black. I mean, you see that too. It's very tricky. So in the game, he didn't play a5. He didn't want to do that. He took. Pawn takes. Knight b5. Queen g3. Queen f3. Queen h4. Black is, of course, wants to keep the queens, I would say. Queen f4, and now I don't know what you do here.
And the time is, he has got 1 minute and 47 seconds. So normally black, how many moves?
26 moves are played, so the 14 moves in 1 minute, and so he has only seconds per move. Well, he gets 30 seconds.
But there is actually a little bit problematic for black here. Because if you take, say that you have to take on f4. It's I don't know if I see any other options. Rook takes, and then if you play a6, then you have knight c7. And then you can take on f6 and take on d5.
Bishop d6, you take on e8.
So maybe, because if you have to take on b5 with the bishop, white will have the pair of bishops and weakness on d5, like the stuff we talked about before, you know.
Can you go here? Well, then
Rook f3, f3.
Or rook h4 maybe.
Why not rook f3?
You can do that.
That's the normal move, I think.
The normal move. Yeah, there is some truth to that.
Followed by g4.
Yeah.
Okay, so
So
maybe
queen f4 was played.
maybe it's a good move.
Can you play something like queen h5?
Mm-hmm. Now if you play knight to c7.
Maybe now you can at some point take on f6 also.
No, you can,
Knight
yeah,
C7.
this.
Yeah, you don't mind sacking the exchange, but you want to sack it on the bishop on
Exactly,
d4. This is one
exactly.
you want to get, not the
Yes.
knight.
Mm.
That's not as much fun.
But this looks very good for white, I think.
Yeah, maybe if you play it, I don't know. Let's go. Yeah, let's make a few moves just to see what happens.
Okay, I take it with I take the rook here, and maybe you should even take it. And then
rook,
queen f2,
rook takes maybe.
queen f2.
Then we move up. But probably you're right here. We
And
don't
then,
have
play
enough.
and then play c3.
Yeah. No, it doesn't. It doesn't actually work. It's.
I think what, like you said, if you're going to sacrifice exchange, it needs to be for the bishop on d4. So now c3 or rook ad1, yeah, like this looks normal to me. I mean, even though you will lose this one, I think it's okay. Yeah. Yeah, take.
But this is not enough.
No, that's right.
I don't know. Here, put the bishop on it. Black has some compensation, but it's not enough.
No.
Okay. So, in the game, there was actually an exchange
Mm-hmm.
on f4,
Mm-hmm.
and then Black played knight e4.
Yes. Needs to do something like this. Now, of course, if knight c7,
Then you have bishop d6,
yes.
and it's not so bad.
No. So, okay, so if you play knight take a7, then bishop d6, rook f3. What is that?
The greedy move.
Yeah, I'm a greedy person, for sure.
Okay. Most likely
Yes.
this move.
Rook f3.
Rook f3.
Is it knight d2 and go back?
Then you can play rook e3, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Should be possible.
He's struggling a little bit to get compensation
But
here, I think.
is there a check
But look
here?
at but look at the time.
Check.
Yes, and king moves. Yeah, and you take. Yes, and what about yes? Yeah. This is okay.
And
Yes,
you have something for the pawn, right?
for sure.
Mm.
No, also it's
But
difficult.
you're right. He's losing on time.
Mm. No, he made a move. Okay.
But now bishop d6, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
That is my take on this.
And then will he play?
I guess you have to take
Take on e4.
with the rook.
Mm.
The pawn takes. The bishop is hanging.
And then I take the knight rook on e8.
Okay, let's see. So this,
Mm-hmm.
this,
Mm-hmm.
this. Maybe rook takes. Okay, I agree.
And I move
Then
Bishop.
the f5 hangs.
and then the a7 hang.
No, but then suddenly things are...
Black is better in that position.
Yeah.
So this is not the
So,
right.
but he didn't play that. He played check.
Mm-hmm. And then he will play knight e2.
Yeah. And now if you go up, maybe you have this bishop d6 move. Maybe that's
Mhm.
good then, because you have...
Mm-hmm.
So you probably have to go here, right?
Yeah.
And now you do the check,
Mm-hmm.
take, and suddenly the knight is just not doing any... I think black is winning this game now, because white has lost the thread.
Misplayed.
He
Yeah.
has lost the thread.
Mm-hmm.
He played king g1 in this position, as expected.
Mm-hmm.
And now I would suspect knight e2 here.
Yes, me too.
This knight c7 was not good.
Because bishop d6. Bishop d6. Take
Maybe
on e8. Take on f4. Then to take on g7. Huh?
Yeah,
But it's trapped actually in that position.
yeah, it's true. Yes. But there are many possibilities now for black, I think.
Yes.
But knight e2, yeah, he played
Mm.
that. That's the most obvious, right?
That's right.
Because the knight is...
Okay, rook take e2. Oh my god, if you take on d5, do you...
Then you have bishop
yeah,
here.
but then c4 maybe, you can survive. So maybe instead take on c2, threatening to play bishop c6. I don't know.
Mhm. Yeah. Well, black is happy here because suddenly the bishops are
Yes.
playing
And it's equal, this is simply good. This is very good for black. So, okay, what a disappointment. Will you study this f4, idea still? you
yeah,
think?
I will look at it.
You will look at it,
Yeah,
okay.
I'll look at it.
Yeah, good.
I don't think it was refuted in this
No,
game.
me neither. Me
No.
neither. So I think it also is
Yeah.
very interesting. Mm-hmm.
So let's go to the
End game.
Nikita
Mhm.
Meshkovs,
Mm-hmm.
who certainly seems to have a slight plus here, but is it enough?
Yeah, that's the question.
Can it actually be transformed into
Because
something?
now the knight on e6 can be good also in the end. Always. There is not
I mean, you can never win the b pawn
no.
to start off.
No.
So the problem is those will be exchanged,
Mm-hmm.
a for b,
Mm.
and then I don't really see any good chances if black is careful here.
Mm. No, I think this will be a draw. That's
You
my
could play
feeling.
f6, king f7, knight e6 or something,
Mhm.
and just wait a while. I mean, what's happening here?
Mm. Okay,
So
so
he will play on, but I don't think there is much.
no.
So we go to the next game here,
Mm.
and here someone has won a queen,
But someone has got a lot of
a lot of compensation.
yes.
But is it enough? So let's
yes,
go back.
I think so. But let's take a look.
So
We had this.
this was the position I think we were
Yeah.
mainly, and here black surprised everyone with knight e7.
Mm-hmm.
So he didn't play a5, and he didn't play bishop f5, and he didn't play g5, the moves we were looking at typically.
Okay, he didn't play
So-
anything of what we
No,
suggested. Okay.
I'm not interested in those moves. Okay, queen e4,
Yes.
bishop b7,
Yeah. That actually, I thought about that. What?
queen c2.
Queen c2.
Yeah.
So now you can take on f3, but then you have knight e6.
Yeah, knight
maybe,
e6
something.
is a little bit of an irritant.
But
So-
probably you can play that actually.
You could play that. Like maybe he just takes back on f3,
Mm-hmm.
and then he, plays the position. So bishop d5 was played.
Because actually the queen b3 was quite annoying.
Yeah. Knight h4,
Mm-hmm.
bishop f7,
Mm-hmm.
rook d7,
Mm-hmm.
and now he...
Okay. Positional trick.
So if he, let's say he would have played instead...
I love this. This is a great. I love this sacrifice actually. Because he will get the pawn on c5, and then there will be weaknesses on c3. His king is absolutely safe.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is a good sacrifice for black. Rook c7. Yes. Yeah.
I guess if you take with the rook, you play rook d7, and suddenly you have an active
G5,
rook.
G5 maybe.
Yeah, I played g5.
Oh, you played G5. Okay.
Knight f5, take, rook c6, queen d7, rook c3, h3, rook a3. So here we are. So black, in this situation, he has 2 pawns, bishop and rook. And that is considered to be more than enough, right?
So black is better here for sure. That was actually tactical. I mean, it's a great positional decision in a way to go for this. Also because the king suddenly is completely safe, and I cannot see that white has got any chances to create an attack, because normally when you play with heavy pieces like the queen and a rook, what you want is to get an attack, and now I cannot see any attack coming, so
Well, I'm not so sure about that. There are some ideas here for white.
But where is the attack, you mean? How do you play for an attack? Should you swap off rooks?
Well, my idea would be to try to get control over the 7th rank here somehow. I don't know exactly where you should go. Maybe put the queen here, something like that.
I take.
Or maybe queen b7. I don't know which is the better
Okay,
move.
but I take with the rook on a2.
Maybe here. You take on a2. Maybe something like this. Basically trying to block black from doing anything.
My point is that I cannot see that there is a dangerous attack going on. I can see
but let's call it a holding down black.
Yeah, okay. Could be. Maybe you should not be too eager to take. Okay, what about if you play? Can you take on?
There is in some situations there is a nasty trick you could take here, and there are things happening.
Some checks.
There could be some tricks, in these positions.
Yes, I know you are this type of guy.
So, yeah, take rook a8, rook f8, queen d5, taking this. Of course, black should avoid that. But the rook is good on a2 in principle. But let's say he plays some check and you go here. It's not so clear how you, because if you allow white to take this pawn here, then the win becomes less likely.
Okay, if you just go a5 in this position, if you play a5,
well, we have to take this pawn.
And then go a4.
Yeah.
And just run.
You run for your life.
Run, Forrest.
Yeah. So then we need to do something.
Yes, you do.
The question is queen b2, is that a point? Then you play rook a2, and you go back to b7. Let's say we go here. Maybe this move.
Rook a2, yeah.
Then back here.
I take on f2.
At some point I want to take on f7, but maybe not. This is not the situation. But now maybe I can. Can I go here?
Rook a2.
Okay, 2.
Okay, can you take on f7 now?
I don't think it works because you take back.
And then okay, yes.
And the king goes here.
Okay, and if you.
Oh, now I have this. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. This is the fork.
And now, rook a7 and a3 or something. No.
I think you have a guest. You're going to interview.
Am I going to interview this famous Swedish grandmaster?
Yes. So I will leave my chair.
Yes. Okay. Är du med, Tiger?
Ja, visst.
Härligt. Okej. Ska jag sitta på denna sidan kanske, så sköter jag liksom.
Ja, du sköter det.
Du tar med Systembolaget på sån där, ja. Perfekt. 4 seger.
Det blev ingen seger. Så det känns som en seger att ha hållit remis i den ställningen.
Ja, det var otroligt
Yeah.
Vi ska prata engelska. Ska jag säga
Okay,
också
yeah,
någon
yeah,
gång.
yeah. Let's switch. I'm very happy with the draw today. Because if you saw my preparation, that was
Yes.
crap.
We said that if I remember correctly, I think that you and I analyzed this like 30 years ago, 25 years ago or something like that, because this was very popular at some time.
Yeah.
But
Very possibly.
very possibly.
Yeah.
But was this like a preparation for you today?
No.
or-
No.
No?
I've never seen him play this before,
Mhm.
and I was pretty sure that we would play either some Greenfield setup
Mhm.
or the King's Indian. So I spent a lot of time. Actually, I did prepare pretty seriously today, which I not usually. Usually, I just I'm too old to prepare a person. I just say like they play this, that, and that, and then it's like I'm going to look deeply at this line. And I
Mhm.
look at one line.
One
And-
line only.
Yeah, and
And it's not like me, G3 and E4 and this kind
Yeah, a
of
bit
boring
like that
stuff.
sometimes. No, but I try to take a long-term attitude, sort of thinking, I'm not preparing for the game, I'm preparing for life or something like that. But today I actually prepared for the game.
Okay.
But when he played C5, as far as I know, maybe he's played this in 1,000 Blitz games or whatever, but he had no games in the database with this
Okay.
that I remembered.
Yes.
And I usually play G3, D4 here.
Mm-hmm.
In the position that arise.
Mhm.
So, oh, sorry.
So you don't play knight C3?
No,
in this position?
I have played knight C3.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay.
And after D5, take. I played G3 here many time, and
Yes.
I just thought, I'm pretty sure that this is what he prepared.
Of course.
And I mean, I know it's fine for black, and it's fine for white, and it's fine for everyone. But I just felt like, why walk into something that he has prepared? And then I thought maybe he prepared only for game and he didn't look so much. And then I spent 15 minutes thinking, am I worse after E4? Because, we looked at it 30 years ago.
Yes, exactly.
And we love
At
that. We love that position of the B4.
Yes,
I remember
yes,
looking at that.
exactly,
And
yes.
actually,
Yes.
but
But we said that it's. I'm not sure that you should rely on my analysis from 30 years ago. It might have happened something.
might not have been yours that I relied.
Could be yours. No, it could be. I just mean the analysis with me,
Yeah, I understand.
So okay.
But anyway, so in the end, I just played it, and my theoretical knowledge ended with B4, and
Okay.
obviously his did not.
no,
No, he just
he moved very fast.
Yeah, it was all preparation for him. I'm just
Mhm.
super happy to have survived the game because some
Yes.
grandmasters would say that this is stupid, to just play something like and not knowing what you're doing really.
Mm-hmm.
For me, it's another day at work, maybe. So, well,
Okay.
yeah. Geez, he just, he just blitzed the moves. So, and
Yeah, this is already here.
I must take. So after the game, he told me that if White wants to keep the balance here after Bishop G7, you need to play something like Bishop A3 and Knight A4. It's just so ugly.
My God.
Yeah, you're just holding on to
The pawn
yeah.
with everything you have.
It's just difficult with the mindset because I played this line and when why give the check on D3? I was more afraid that he would just take back and then play something like F5.
So here, you thought it's a queen because you were more thinking about bishop take.
Just take with the bishop,
Mm-hmm.
and then D4,
Mm-hmm.
and even
Because this we thought was okay. We thought that queen D3 was clever, but maybe not.
F5.
F5.
No, something like that.
Mm-hmm. And bishop. Should you play like bishop E3 and take knight take?
There's also a move like Knight A6. What do I do on Knight A6
This move.
instead of F5?
Knight.
Then maybe Queen
This-
A4.
Yes.
Maybe.
Could be.
It's still fishy.
This is a very fishy line, isn't it?
Yeah. It's hard for me to protect everything here.
Mm.
But okay, Queen A4 actually works there. So yeah,
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Okay, so you were more afraid of this than...
Yeah, but what he did was, of course, also good. So no, he gave a check.
No.
Yeah, so
Let's see here, Queen D3.
yeah.
Yes.
I must exchange. I can't allow the queen. This is all forced. He took there, and now he said D4 is a mistake. Okay. Yeah. So he had actually looked at this whole line, and maybe this is where he meant.
Should it be like...
This is probably where he meant that Bishop A3 is better. Yeah. Okay.
And Rook AC1,
Yeah,
or
something
FC.
like that,
Okay. But
yeah.
okay.
Yeah. So it makes sense actually, because D4, when I played it, I played it with a bit of you either do that or you should not be allowed to call yourself a
Could you
chess
play
player.
Bishop B2? Knight C6, Knight F4. Okay, I don't know.
Yeah.
Because it would be very great to get rid of this one. It would
I'm
be
thinking
nicer.
of something like just,
So like this move or something like that. I don't know.
Okay. Boom. Knight A6.
Then
Bishop C4 check.
you have this always, huh?
And then just long castle. It's
And this position is nothing. Knight A4,
Then-
H, take,
then at
King
least
E3.
yeah, but I'm
Do you have
the
any...
bishop pair is something.
No, but I mean this.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Take, and I just thought that could it be like you have some
Actually,
this
this
one,
makes a lot
this
of
one.
sense. I agree.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay,
This is fully playable. I agree.
so what happened was
Much better than what I did.
you played.
So yeah, I was a bit. I think my hand just played D4.
It was your hand,
Yeah,
and
Yeah,
brain,
yes.
but
Don't
it was
do
for the
that.
hand. Okay.
yeah. Talk to the hand.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that when I get home.
Okay, you don't want to play King E3 in this position. I
No.
guess. That can be a mistake. Huh?
I guess you
Becau-
had a look at that.
Because this is a bit embarrassing. Huh?
Yeah.
Check here, and there will be some problems in the position.
Yeah.
So okay, so
And King D2, then just Knight A6, followed by long castle. It's horrible.
yes.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay, so you played King E1,
Mm-hmm.
Knight C6.
Yeah, Bishop E3,
Mm-hmm.
long castle, and I played Rook D1, and now I did not know what to do against Rook D7.
Just to play this move. Mm-hmm.
Because it's hard for me to protect the knight on the knight there.
The knight there.
I mean, if I play something like Knight B1 with the idea of Knight D2, he can just
Take
he
on
could
A2.
play Knight B4, or he could take on A2.
Mm-hmm.
And if I play something like A3, he plays Rook D8. I play Knight E2, trying to give back the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
He can play something like F5 maybe.
Mm.
It's
You are under heavy pressure, yes.
that is the least to say.
Now there is of course some logic into it. Due to the king also. I mean, this rook on h1 is not doing anything, so it's typical a position where you can play slowly in that sense.
Yeah, I don't see. I mean, I must move and do something about the knight on c3, because otherwise I cannot play d5 when he mounts the pressure. So, but the problem is I don't have nowhere to go with that knight.
Mm-hmm. And f5 in this position could also be
Absolutely.
possible.
Absolutely sensible. Yes.
But maybe even e5, just because this just to outrule this one. But of course,
Probably gonna take it and play knight everything is just horrible.
Okay.
Night before there. Yeah, I'm not happy.
You're not happy. So what happened was night before. Were you
Yeah, and I was very happy now. I think this is.
Yes.
I think it just takes away the pressure from the most important point, which is d4. So I was extremely happy to play king d2
But
here.
this was
of course, I had to see this line that happened in the
Exactly.
game. So because if that doesn't work for me, I mean, now I could even play fast because he just played every move that I'd basically seen on beforehand
okay.
almost.
Because here we had a lot of different. I mean, more analyzing, just like you did, what was going to happen, and there was some very interesting lines.
Okay.
Like I think that like you d5 and f5. Here we had. What was it we were looking at here?
Yeah, alternative. It's basically a3 and rook b1. I think are the only candidate moves that doesn't lose immediately here. And a3 is stronger because after rook b1, it's actually possible to take on a2, I think, and then take on d5. Because the material will come back to those who wait. Oh,
Computer says something else.
this
but
is
I don't
rook b1. Okay.
So, but okay.
Yeah, it's not very strong computer.
No, but okay. So, a3, knight a6.
Yeah, because after knight d3, I just play king c2.
You could have taken here. Huh?
Yeah, and then I take on b4. He takes on f3.
Yeah,
I
this
take
is-
back and
You take this. Is,
yeah.
but we looked at this position.
I'm not worse here.
No,
Maybe
Exactly.
maybe I'm not better.
no,
But-
exactly.
Possibly I am actually because I would say it's slightly easier to play
Yes.
the white side here and when I
Yes.
come with h4, h5 stuff like that. And my pawns on the queen side are pretty nice. If I of
No, this was a little bit.
it should be
This
a
was a
draw.
little bit
Yeah.
our judgment as well. That this was
Yeah.
one possibility.
And
of
if he
course.
plays rook f8 there, I think I can just play king c2. He takes an f3. I played h4, and then I will continue with b5 and c6 and stuff. I had no qualms about continuing playing that position.
So this came
Yeah.
king c2,
Yep.
f4.
I mean, he really shocked me with what he played here. So knight d2, bishop e2.
bishop e2. That's a
Yeah.
fantastic move.
Yeah.
Okay, so what else? I mean,
It's smart. He just wants to misplace my. So I think it's
Okay.
Yeah. Take, and now I realize that if I take there, and
but knight b3. We were sure knight b3 was
Yeah.
what we thought was
Okay.
good.
Mhm.
Like this.
I had not seen bishop f8, so bishop f8 actually really surprised me. I only looked at.
I didn't see that either.
uh,
We were looking at like take here, rook
rook
eight,
f1,
rook f8, and rook d3.
rook d3, bishop h6,
Yes.
rook h3, bishop g5, king d3, and then I'm threatening.
Exactly,
yeah.
exactly. That was exactly the
And,
line we had. Yes.
It's at least slightly better for me, but it's not as clear as you might like it to be. So, yeah, this is a very tricky guy. So I should be better here, but my knight on e2, it's so hard to get it back in the game. And I really wanted to play something like king d3 here. But if I do that, he just plays. I know this is crap.
f4 he wants to play.
Yeah, but something. But f4 is also.
What about this? This is a fantastic
I
move.
was already slightly in time trouble here, so f4 obviously entered my mind, but I wasn't sure about.
Because you have that looks good actually. Because if it takes, you get your knight to e6 then very strongly.
Yeah,
And if it doesn't, you will have some good pawns.
I agree.
So this looks good. Bishop g7.
Bishop g7, then I'm happy.
I would be very happy
Yeah.
too. King d3 maybe. Like,
I was too low on time here, and I kind of knew I was better. And it's frustrating to know that you're better, and the more
Of
you look
course.
and you don't find
Of course.
anything really. then I looked at f4 and I just thought, oh, I don't want to have too complex position when I get into time travel. I lost too many positions like that lately.
So you played a solid move.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I had a feeling I should be better here too, but now I disagree with myself after the game. So perhaps I should play King b3 instead, followed by Rook d3 and take the pawn that way instead. Because it turns out that my... yeah, and I'm not sure about this either.
Here it says that you are winning almost with white.
Yeah, so what should I do?
But let's see.
So
Knight c3, f4 again.
f4 again.
Wants to go for f4.
And then knight g1, knight f3. Yeah, of course.
f4 should it be like here? You can always then you can take a pawn.
Yeah, but if he plays king d6, then I guess I can take and play
So
knight
f4.
maybe.
You mean this?
Yeah, exactly.
And now you play g3.
G3 and then knight g1, knight f3.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's really pleasant for me.
And rook f8, rook f1 maybe, something like that.
I take an e5 and the c5 is hanging now.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, so that's the trick.
Yeah, he offered a draw when he played rook c8. It was a very well placed to offer.
Mm-hmm. So you play knight c3.
Yep. And it's a mistake. And I knew immediately when I got the position.
Knight
when I got
d1.
here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So knight e2 was the best move.
Hmm. Now I'm almost losing, yeah.
Because take.
If I take
You
an
take
e3,
with the rook.
he
Takes with the rook on b5, huh?
yes.
Well, I take b5, rook take b5.
Yep,
Yeah, that's right.
And then
so.
I can never take an e3, so...
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because now if you take on... If you take on b5...
Then rook
he-
c1.
Rook c1.
Actually, I can probably survive this. Rook takes b5, rook c1, take on e3, rook c3, king d2, rook takes e3, rook b7, check, and then take on h7.
Mm-hmm.
But it's only black that has winning chances.
Well, we can show the line. It was if you take
You know,
here.
I take back that. That is probably very close to winning.
It
for
was
black.
this, huh?
Yeah.
Here needs to take because here it's a check.
Yep.
So here, this, this, check, king d6, I guess.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
take.
Yeah, and this is then just rook a3.
Yeah, this one, and you know, also this combination.
It's just winning.
It may be the
Yeah.
king can even go,
Yeah.
you know, and this can be a protect the king, you know, from checks.
It's very close to winning.
I mean,
At
if
least.
you go for this, and maybe you can even
Then
give a
just
check.
check and take
Give a
on
check.
g2.
But I mean, even if you you start to move up,
Mm.
you know. Okay, so what happened was rook b3, e2.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. How's this position? It's
It's
more or
just
less
I
equal.
was a bit worried that he would play king c7 instead of taking h3.
you mean in this position?
Yeah.
King c7.
Because it's a bit hard for me. If I play knight e3 now, he has rook f2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe it works. It's fine for me, of course.
So, yes.
I play the knight to c4. So then it's just a draw.
Okay, so what happened was knight e3, take here, check. Because if it goes to c8,
And I play rook f7.
7, and you guard this one, and rook e8.
King e8.
Mhm.
I played knight c4 like in the game.
Okay. So king d8, here, take.
Yeah, I was thinking about playing on with king d1 here, but it's not healthy. I think he will walk the h pawn and
Because you have the point is that even though black is one pawn up, you have a very dangerous threat in d6 and knight b6 and this type of ideas. Or
Well, the thing is, if I go to D1, you give a check.
What about, so if he runs like this, what do you do?
No, and then I play knight A5.
This is the threat.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
that's a good one. Yeah. Check. King D2.
Yeah. No, I can't. I probably. Yeah, I will have to go with King to E1. That's fine.
So it's a check, and if it's
I played D6, and
no, you start to have chances.
not completely
Okay.
dangerous.
So we had a very interesting game, at least, you know. Though there was some.
I need to get a preparation in with white because I've been struggling with white, but
But that's it.
Yep.
So after this tournament, what is coming up for you? Will there be
a lot of team matches?
Team matches. You play in what leagues? In Swedish league?
Swedish, Danish, and sometimes not this year, but I sometimes play Norwegian league also. But it's mostly Danish and Swedish league.
Okay.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, and good luck in the future of this tournament. So let's see if Tom is coming. I can start a little bit here and see what we have got. This cannot be true. Do you want me to?
You can.
This cannot. Is this? What is this? What happened here on the first board? So B take A6. Take this position we had.
Are we live now? Yes.
C5.
Was not good, obviously.
Spring knight C3 thick, and now white won. How is this possible? How did white win this? Why is... I don't understand.
The mobile rang.
No, but it says... I mean, even the computer says... I don't understand this. Now we have some... because after the game we get some support from the computer.
Yep.
And here it says... Why?
Yeah, we'll make a few moves and see what happens.
Because we said this move, huh?
Maybe that's not the right move, I don't know. Yeah, it seems to be good, yeah, okay. So take back.
But I mean, how can you give up?
But you don't resign, yeah.
You don't resign in this. I mean, this is... And I don't... This is... What, I cannot believe this. How can this be a resignation? Is this really the right position? And white won.
We have to investigate.
Yeah, that must... this is so strange.
Yeah, probably
so
there was maybe something wrong
something
with the
strange,
electronics.
yes. Exactly.
Most likely they played lots of moves and we don't have them. So let's go to the next.
We had this. We saw Demchenko was about to. He had a good position. Let's go back. We had this knight e2 check, take, and we came to the conclusion that white is close to. Black is close to winning.
This knight c7 was just a mistake.
So this he simply took, like we said. F6 trying to do something here. Bishop e6. Okay. Bishop is... No, this is not... Okay. Rook to take... This was the line. This was what happened here. He didn't play f6. He
No.
played this like this.
Mhm.
Rook af1. Okay.
Okay.
So
This was a result, I think, of extreme time pressure because
mm,
White played a fine game up to a point, right?
mm, exactly.
And then this knight c7 came and that killed.
I just want to take a look at one position, and it is bishop e3, queen a5. It was this move, huh? b4 we had here.
Slightly better for White.
Yes, queen c7, rook take. And White is slightly better.
Mm-hmm.
Rook take e5, and so on. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, good. So we have then this move, this
Ah.
game.
Nikita won. Oh, the opponent made a terrible blunder.
Oh my god. How is this
If you
possible?
go back one move, just
Let's
one move.
here. Yes.
But-
Okay, White is still maybe a little bit better here,
Yes.
but it shouldn't be. I mean, if you move your knight. Okay, the king. Maybe the king can
Mhm,
actually
mhm,
walk in a little
mhm.
bit. So maybe there is, because I just thought that why not put the knight on e6?
Maybe if you go back a few moves,
Mm-hmm.
because the bishop was on another other diagonal, and then it got to h2, and that seemed to be very nice regrouping there. Yeah, White is better. It's true. It looks like you can.
It's
never,
actually the king can actually come up here, huh?
yeah.
And you will have some chances actually. So the vulnerability is this pawn on d6, d5. So maybe it is some
But
chances.
if you only keep the knight on e6, if you have it on e6, and then you, but maybe do you get it
I just want to see here, in this position, knight c6. They want to play knight c6 here.
Yeah, attacking.
And if this is played, then you have this.
Well, so it's a fork,
Exactly.
fork town, as they say.
And if you go for a7, you have check and take, and you
Yeah.
cover up. Huh?
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
Tricks.
So what happened was like this. Knight e6, bishop d6. And now again,
Again, fork town.
a6, you can play knight a5, so be quick like this, and now this is a huge mistake. The idea is, of course, that if you take now, like this, there will come this one,
You lose a piece.
and you are, well, you can play this, but this is hopeless, you know, to
Mhm.
take here, and take here, and we will have a position
Mm-hmm.
that is winning due to the fact that the rook simply has got all the possibilities to hunt the different pawns and so on. So this is no problem. Okay, actually quite impressive though by Meshkov, because it could continue
Yes.
to struggle in the positions that we thought were, you know,
yeah, but
quite
he
equal.
found, yeah,
but he
yeah,
found this king maneuver up here
yeah.
to go for the d5 pawn, and the problem for black was that the king could not really come into the game
Yeah.
due to this tricks.
This is typical in chess. You don't have a winning position, so you create problems for your opponent. And
Mm.
finally, he cannot keep everything in order, and he loses.
I agree.
That happened here. So.
Okay, so here we have what is it? Is this a game? What is this game?
This is the game we talked about, you know.
What is this? Yes, let's see here. Okay, so this was a little bit your idea also to try
Mhm.
to get a little bit just to create like some kind of blockade of
Yeah,
the position.
yeah.
And this is what happened. Now the question is how to proceed. So, okay, he was doing it like this. It's almost that you can make your tricks here. Huh?
Yeah,
Can you, or if you take now on f7, okay, because if you had taken now, if you take with a rook, check, and go up here, then you have queen e8. That was my idea.
Yeah.
My idea was to take here, take, and then the question is where to go with the. Okay, like, for example, if you go like here and the king goes here, you have this move, and you're threatening both rooks, and now suddenly it's
But it's not
something
so clear
else.
because you
It's,
can
it's
rook-
still not clear.
Rook b7. maybe.
Rook b7.
But then it's a draw with queen h5.
Yes, yeah, that's right.
Mm.
Anyway, so what happened instead? Let's go for what happened was b4, f3,
Yeah.
a5.
Mm-hmm.
It's equal, it says.
Yeah, it's because you have all these tricks against the king. It's not so easy. Yeah. So what happened now?
Mm-hmm. So this is actually the game. Oh, sorry.
You have to use the wheel. Oh, yeah.
Okay, like this. Okay. So actually, it's not so easy. But here it's winning. It says. But now, here should something else should be played. Mm-hmm. Difficult position to.
So what's
white has chances.
What is the position now?
Now it is this. It was a mistake. H4.
Opening up.
Trying. Of course, the white idea is to give perpetual with the queen. But the problem is also like the rooks are not synchronized really.
No,
So
white is harassing the 2 pawns on the rook, or controlling them, and at the same time attacking on the other side. And black does not have a good way to synchronize.
And
his
if you can make a
forces.
very quick move with the queen to h5,
It's bait.
it's mate.
Yeah.
So watch out.
Yeah.
So how to react on this one?
This is very tricky. Of course, if you play against the computer will win with black and make a draw with white.
So what do you think? Do you think that he will make it? Do you think that it will be a draw? Or do you think that black will win? What are the times? Almost equal. In one sense, it's more difficult to play black, to be able to. Because if you can take on g5, I think it's. I don't know.
Yeah, if you can take on g5 and play g6, then you're winning maybe. No, I
So rook c3.
I don't know. Maybe it's a draw.
King g4. Should you?
G6 is maybe a move. Take, yeah. Is that the best?
Should you do like this? Maybe something like this,
Yeah. You have to go inside and. It's very tricky.
Very tricky.
I think we'll have to see. I think there's no point in analyzing
No.
it because, it's too complex and.
Okay, let's go for this
we
one.
We will just describe what happened when it won.
Okay, so here we had this. We said that it felt a little bit like the. Yeah, it was like this, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Rook fd8. We had this position,
Mm-hmm.
and then we said that white is slightly better due to the possibility to be active,
Mm-hmm.
And now queen g2. Putting pressure.
Very logical.
Yeah. Rook a3. Yes. Well, what is happening now?
I don't think we saw queen g2. That's a very strong move, isn't it?
Yes, most likely.
More or less winning the game.
But it took here, and now
Threatening mate in 1.
take, Queen d6.
Mm-hmm.
But now also, it's hanging on b4 as well. e4. Oh my god, now it's really, really sharp, this.
Mm-hmm.
Now suddenly this rook is not bad either,
No, but
So
that's
the
what
question-
I think we said that this
Oh my
this
God.
rook could sort of keep the game
And
going.
96. The black pieces now are suddenly
Mm-hmm.
hanging on d4. How is this position? Okay, king h1. Take on d4, and now it's hanging on e5, maybe. b2. Oh my god, this is really, really difficult. What is happening here?
How much time do they have?
I don't know.
Well, the Chinese guy has 22 minutes against 3 minutes. That's quite quite an advantage.
Because you have both, there are possibilities like knight f3. And maybe even rook d3. But I don't know.
he played knight f3.
Play knight f3. Tick, took.
D3.
Is this the only move? Yes. Can you take on? No, you cannot. Okay, let's see here. Now he's a pawn up.
And this is the position now.
No, this was
F5 was played.
This was played
Okay.
here. Why did he play this?
Guess out
That
of
is,
checks.
but that's a very, very strange move, isn't it?
I wouldn't say it's so
Well,
strange.
why not f5 in this position?
With 35 seconds to make how many? We have to take that into.
But doesn't f5 look quite okay in this position? Why not? What is happening on this move here?
Well, maybe you take on b5 or something.
And then you take on e4.
Maybe move the knight back.
But still, this, because after this, what happened was this and f5. And what move was this? This was 39, so it's one move left.
Mm-hmm.
He has got 55 seconds, and Lee has 0, but he must have made a move, huh?
Yeah, we can expect that.
Mm-hmm.
I would move my knight. Which piece would you move?
But the question, the question is where, of course.
You have maybe queen b6 here. I don't know. Is that a move?
Mm-hmm. Mm. Okay, there's still. I mean, black can fight.
Yeah.
There is no doubt. Black can
So-
fight. So, but
So and we
Queen b6 might be a very good move, actually.
We have seen Tiger's game. He made a
Mm.
heroic draw
Mm.
with white.
Mm.
Only
Very, very interesting game.
very interesting with this line, because I remember analyzing it once, because it was
Mhm.
sort of a topical line. It was
Mhm.
the thing that everyone played, and no
Mhm.
one really knew if it was good. This was before the computers,
Mm.
and I remember this b4. I don't remember if I wanted to play it with white or black. I only
Mhm.
remember it was extremely complex.
No, but he said that his opponents were extremely well prepared.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard
So
that,
yeah, it was, you heard it.
I heard that, what he said, and that is the horror of getting
Yes, exactly.
getting into a position. And your opponent is just thinking, which move was it, and you're sitting there, you don't know what. But he played very, very fine,
No,
and he was winning also.
yeah,
In several.
no. So
situations.
it's Tiger obviously is
Yeah.
because if you survive this type
Yeah,
of attacks, if you
Yeah,
put it this way,
very
you
good,
know,
very good,
then,
very good.
yeah,
So
good.
it would be
Okay.
interesting to follow his.
Yes, maybe
continued story.
he's ready to surprise us a little bit
Yeah.
and make
Should
a
we go
good
back
tournament.
and go through the games again and see where we
very
are?
quickly. Here somehow there's something
The-
strange
yeah,
here.
We have to check that.
Okay, and here it was a draw. It was a draw, yes, very quickly. Here Demchenko
there was
was
clear-
winning clearly. In the
Yeah.
right moment he played d5.
Meshkos won partly due to a big mistake, but
But also he had some
that's-
pressure in that
yeah,
position
yeah,
that we
that's true.
underestimated a bit.
Yeah.
We have this interesting.
This is interesting. So we had 2 games
Mm.
still going, so we should follow them and see what happens.
Okay, so here the obvious move for me is Queen G4. But
Queen F7, I would say.
Queen
also.
F7 also.
Same idea.
Mhm.
Same idea. Maybe Queen F7 is even trickier. I don't know. Is that the case? Because now you get to take on.
One thing I this move, just to connect the rooks. I've been.
Well, we take on G5
I think you must take, huh?
probably.
Check and take, or what? Because at least now you have your rooks.
Yeah.
You know, somehow.
No, as soon as you get connection with the rooks,
Yes.
it's much.
So
more
that's why
difficult.
maybe this was a good move, you know.
Mhm.
But maybe you do the same after this move. You play this.
Yeah, you should play the rook over. Yeah, maybe this is just winning now. Could be.
Yeah, could be.
Take on G5 here. Let's see
should
what
we-
happens.
This. and
Because
take
now we
back.
have Queen H3,
This is better.
and then we get Queen E6, and maybe we can
Start to give
sustain the
Yes, yes,
the
yes.
attack. So to speak.
This is very important, I think, you know.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why, maybe Queen G4 is better due to the fact that you have a check on H3. Yeah?
Yeah. Some chances, right?
At least you move the rook now.
Yeah.
So this,
You have to. Well, you had G6 as a possibility, but then the position gets quite loose.
somehow rook F8 maybe to get the possibility to put the rook in between. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, but then you just play E6, E8, E6. You're not getting away.
So this,
yeah, you take.
okay, this rook F8, take,
King H3,
King G8,
Queen E6.
Queen E6.
Yeah.
If you check, I have at least I have this one. And then we can see here what's happening here.
Queen E8. Yeah, that's not good. No, black is better for sure.
Yeah, but I think that white needs to find the. I think this is very crucial, actually, this position right now.
But maybe at some point here you shouldn't check. You should maybe take a pawn or something instead.
So
It's a
this.
possibility.
So this is the position.
Yeah.
The question is now. It seems like Queen G4 is the best move instead
Yeah.
of Queen F7, but. Okay. And here we have this position. This is a bit strange, but I guess that white is just thinking because he has made a move. It's move 39, but normally you don't make that mistake. And I think your suggestion Queen B6 is logical in a way.
I don't know. It was just a move.
I think it looks good actually. But you can play Queen D7. Oh, then it's hanging here.
G6.
So if you need to take here,
Maybe Queen E8, something like that, to keep the pressure.
then maybe you can play Knight C7.
There are many moves here.
No, but
It's so tactical.
Rook D6.
This is only tactics now.
Because white will win if you can clarify the position and so on.
Mm-hmm.
White will most likely win, but there are this problem with this one. Okay,
Well,
this.
let's try a queen exchange. Let's exchange on b6.
Mhm.
I want to see
Yes,
that.
yeah, yes.
Something like that. Because now rook b8 maybe. I don't know. What happens here? How you do this? Maybe it's not so good, yeah. You don't get anywhere. Okay, rook d6 instead of rook b8. What happens then? So you can take on e4. Knight c4. Rook d4. Yeah, it's tricky. White has 2 pawns. I mean, he has some chances.
White, I think maybe this is the best chance though, but this must be winning somehow.
Maybe.
This. I was also thinking, but can you play knight e5?
But all rook endings are drawn.
That is
Take on e5, take on e4. Isn't that?
like this.
Yeah, I was thinking. And now,
And now,
rook d5. And you take the pawn on e5. And you go back. And you make a draw maybe. If you're lucky. Maybe not. Yeah, probably not.
I think this is a winning position
Yeah, it
for
looks
white.
winning.
So
Yeah, probably it's winning. Yeah.
queen
No, but-
b6 looks like a good move
Yeah.
to me.
I think my expectation here is that white is going to win. I mean, the trend has been in white's favor. Maybe black had something before in the complications, but now I think. I mean, it's only a question: this is a draw or a win for white.
Take on f5. Take on d5. Check. Okay, take on g6. Is that anything? I mean,
You can try it, but I would.
I don't think it's correct, but I just
I don't think this is good. Play maybe bishop f6 and king g7. Yes.
No.
Yes.
no. This is not so
But then
impressive.
you attack the b pawn. If you
Yes.
get the b pawn, you
Yes,
get
I
the,
know.
that's it.
No, it was just to see if there were something like this. So the prediction is that white will find a way to.
I predict a win.
It's 1-0.
Yeah, he won.
Okay.
f5, queen b6. Let's check the moves.
What?
Yeah, because you win f5.
He goes for knight d6.
So you can just go scroll through the moves and see what happens. Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
So then we only have one more move, one more game to look at.
And that is.
And this is not decided yet.
I think this is a draw now.
Now suddenly white can.
I think that actually rook f8 was a better chance.
Maybe yes.
Even though this is so logical.
Yeah. Now white threatens to win with g6.
And now take here.
But now we have
Check.
Now we have a good. Maybe queen f5. Maybe just check. We're going to pick up all the pawns. We take on a5 in the end, and black can never win with only one pawn, and it will be much too open. Just take on e5, no problems, and check on d5, and take on a5, and take everything. Suddenly you're playing for a win.
Yeah.
So this is a draw. Yeah. No, if black is too greedy here, he will lose. And the queen is very strong. That's quite interesting,
Very
because it looked
interesting.
like it was completely winning.
Completely winning.
But it turned out that there was a way to stop. Go back to this position we had here.
Somewhere here it feels like.
There is something with this pawn formation. It's not.
Also, this was actually a move I was thinking about. What about if you play this move?
Yeah, interesting move.
I think this. I mean, why not go for this? I mean, if you take, and this, for example, this must be good winning chances, you know, to push this one. Or?
I think you have chances, but it's not easy.
It's not. I mean, it's not. It's more like.
It's good, but you can never lose, of course. But the problem, I think, is always this: the queen will block the pawns, and as soon as the rook goes away, you start checking.
But he made a good decision here, I think, to go for this with the queen. That was good.
Yeah, you have to take on f7 at some point, because without that, it's difficult. It's like this now. Okay. Yeah.
No, h take g5.
He played.
This is the position.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. No, but well, black could do something else, maybe.
What? Can he? No, what can he do? I mean, g6 is actually quite dangerous. You know?
Let's say, okay, let's play b3 just to see what happens if you play b3. And g6.
Can also give a check.
Yeah. But what, g6 maybe is good here. And now he has to. Yeah. No, I believe. Black should of course not lose this. That would be. Yeah, this is a draw. Black should not lose this position, but maybe he cannot win. It could be. Could be that it's unwinnable.
White is thinking. No, this will be a draw.
No, black is thinking, right? H takes.
Yeah, black. Yeah, I mean, black is thinking. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
Yes. Because now he's realized that there is this drawing mechanism. So, and the question is there any alternative to try? This is a big problem also, you know, to change your mind. When you have had this type of I'm pretty sure he thought he was going to win, and suddenly you have this type of position, and to settle down for a draw, you know, I have many times I have made a mistake then to push too hard. So yeah.
But we should. Yeah, I agree with you. That is true. But it's a well played game. And I'm impressed by this.
Both players.
The white, the black player, he has played very well, of course. But the white player has also been very resourceful, right? Because he's managed to defend a very difficult position that looks like it's completely lost in some sense.
Yeah, very good.
So, yeah. Shall we call it a day?
Jag meddelar att han har fixat bord 1 nu på Lichess Pragen.
Okay, so we go back to the first game and try to find out what happened in that game. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm happy for this.
Let's not dig too deeply. Just run through it. Okay. Yeah, now things have been.
But it's still.
It's still not clear, I give you, yeah. But now it's obvious that white is.
No, Queen H5, or isn't that winning?
Queen H5.
Aha, okay, he has got Bishop D6, but now it feels okay. Interesting.
No, this is not so clear, but white is better, of course. White always has the advantage with this pawn.
Actually threatening queen to e8 very dangerously here.
Mhm.
Oh my god. And bishop taking queen
Yeah.
d8 mate.
Yeah.
That was the game. Quite impressively played by white, I think,
Mhm.
in this game, you know, because here we thought that, you know, you should be able to hold, but maybe actually I think in this type of position,
I think black maybe should avoided all these
maybe
exchanges.
maybe
He
the
went
may-
for
but it also
tactics.
could be that this position is better for white than we
White is
thought,
better,
you know.
yeah.
But,
White is better. White is
mm,
better.
mm.
Though I think we said that white was better. Didn't
Yes,
we?
yes, but we thought that it should be possible to hold, I think, you know.
Yeah.
At least I thought that would be possible, but
Yeah, possible, of course.
but maybe this is wrong then.
Yeah, maybe he should just keep the pieces and
Mm.
I don't know. But it's not easy. It's not easy.
So
So
we have
So go back to-
so now we have one solemn leader,
yeah,
and that is our Chinese highest rated Chinese player, Chu Jianju, that is now in the
and we can have that as the background.
he will think for a long time, I think, now, because now it's so critical.
Yeah.
Should you go for a draw and accept
Yeah.
this, or should you try something?
accept the draw or push and lose?
And lose.
Push and lose.
Well, it could be that you're trying. If you let's say that you are playing like this, and then you have
G6.
G6 and King G8 like this.
Oh, but this is extremely dangerous. Who is Queen E? Queen F7. G7.
And now, I just mean, my point is that black maybe would ask himself, should I try something like this, you know, to go for...
You never play something like this. I
You
don't
don't?
think. Well, you have to be really.
Stupid.
No, but I
maybe.
mean, in a blitz game you would do that. But
Okay.
but in a long game and it's a lot of things, you don't want to take risks like
No.
this. Suddenly white can start playing for you.
Yes.
But I don't know. I don't know. This
We'll see.
I think it should be a draw this because white has resources. Here.
Mhm.
You have checks on h3, e6, threats against f6. You can play g6, and black's pawns they have not moved. They have played many moves, and he has not moved these b4 and a5 pawns. So no, I think it should be a draw. Black's best chance is that white tries to win when he doesn't have a win, not taking the draw. Yeah,
So, what do you say? Should we follow this, or should we call it the day?
I think
What
we
do you
should
think?
call it a day. We
Mhm.
will maybe go back to this
Tomorrow.
Yeah,
But our guess is that this will end in a draw. So
I think it's a draw. Very likely, and we can actually see that the computer says that it is a draw.
Yeah,
So we are not
completely wrong in
we are
our
not,
assumption. Yeah.
No, I think it's a good assumption, and then we see that it's very dangerous for black. So black should take the draw and fight tomorrow.
Accept the
Accept
fate.
Fake reality.
So, Tom.
Yeah.
That was another very interesting round,
Yeah.
number 4 of Rilton Cup.
Yeah, and I can tell you that I have already spoken to our guest that we will have tomorrow at the
Mhm.
beginning of the round, and it's a girl from the United States,
Mhm.
one of these streamers,
Yes.
and she will come here and visit us, and we're gonna
Perfect.
interview her.
And what time do we start tomorrow, Tom?
Tell me, because I usually miss this.
I think isn't it 12 o'clock? We start tomorrow, because tomorrow is the day of the last day of the year.
Mhm,
So
mhm.
I think we start at 12 o'clock tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay.
So don't be late.
No, I will be here
That's good.
at 2:30.
Not 2:30.
Half
I'm-
past
I'm-
12.
okay,
Joking.
okay, that's good.
It's a joke.
So see you tomorrow, and looking forward to the next round of Rilton Cup.
Yes. Okay.